Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, guys? I couldn't do the protest too much. Uh, Needed some conversation, and the path that we're all going down is scary. Well, I thought I'd see what people thought about God, what their opinions were there. So we'll get right into this. Take a little pre-rib skurs to prep myself for people getting mad at my hat, getting mad at me. Push right past it and push conversation. So we'll get right into it. All right. Here we go. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. All right.
I actually
Yo,
wear my
dude.
shirt up.
Make America great again.
Yeah,
Yep.
dude.
Make my titties great again too.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you guys believe in God?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Hell yeah, man. I'm asking
Alright,
people on
you
Omegle tonight. What religion do you
I'm Muslim.
practice?
Actually. I'm Muslim.
Muslim? What
Nah,
about?
I'm fucking with you. I'm Christian.
Oh, okay. What are you?
Uh,
I'm Nick.
yeah, I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian.
That's cool.
I'm Italian.
That's cool. So more so Catholic, like your family practice Catholicism.
Yeah, I think he's Catholic. Yeah, you're right, Cat. Yeah, he's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting
Bro,
to hear about.
hope you have a good night.
God bless
Hey,
you.
you too.
God
Hey,
bless.
if you guys want to follow my YouTube, it's EarthMonkey.
Earth monkey. Yeah, I'm gonna have to search through all the other Earth
All,
monkeys, but I'll find it.
No, it's
all
the one with the
lowercase.
Viking horns. It's like 430
Alright.
subscribe or 450 subscribers, 350.
I
All
got you.
lowercase.
I got you, Earth
Yeah,
monkey.
it's EarthMonkey.
Alright. Peace, man. Hope you have a good night.
You too, man. Later. I gotta write that out so that people can find it. Hold on. All right, got it. Got that. Boom, bam. Let's see. Oh, I need to change the picture. Forgot to do that as well. We got it though. We got it. Boom. All right. Here we go. Round two. First two, we got a Christian and a Catholic. Not bad, not bad. Good first reaction. A little bit brighter than some protests. So, A-okay at this point. Let's go. Oh, wait. My screen's going into sleep mode. Gotta take it out of sleep mode or else it's all gonna go orange. Yo, dude. What was that? Yo. Yo. Nope.
I'm gonna say good, Justin.
Yo, dude.
Make America fuck my butthole again.
What? Yo, guys.
Make America great again. Hey, look, he's a part of us. Look at his hat. He's a part
Hey.
of us.
I got a question for you guys.
Yes.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Hell yeah. What religion do you practice?
Oh yeah. Huh?
Shut.
What religion do you practice?
I'm Catholic.
I'm Christian.
Really? That's the same thing as the first people that I met. One of them was Christian, one of them was Catholic. That's pretty interesting, man. Yo, dude. Yo. Hey, I got a question for you.
Hey.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Ear rape, dude. Yo. Hey, I got a question for you. Do you believe in God? Oh. Yo, dude.
So,
Hey, do you believe in God?
yeah,
Yeah? What religion are you?
Christian.
Nice. Do you go to church? Oh. Yo, what's going on, guys? Yo, what's going on, man?
What up, dog?
Nothing much. Hey, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in God?
I used to.
What made you stop?
Life experiences and just not wanting to believe in some blind faith.
Do you believe in the devil?
I don't really. I'm agnostic, so if it's there, I don't really care if it's there or not.
You just want to be better as a person as yourself?
Yeah, I don't want to rely on what's it called? I don't want to believe in someone and live my life on someone with a that doesn't have proof that he really exists. You know?
You know what's crazy though? One thing to me, when I always look at religion, is most people always look at what happens after or what they don't know. But one thing we do know is you are here, and it's pretty amazing that you are.
Yeah.
It's like the
That is
question,
true.
what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's like nobody looks at that actual question. They look at the afterlife and what happens when you go to God.
Yeah.
So that in itself is pretty amazing. And they've done studies and not being able to explain why life actually happens. It's like
I mean, nobody can explain that though. So like, at the same time, it kind of like contradicts itself with Jesus and believing in him. and
well, you're
believing
putting
in
a
God.
name on it. I'm just saying overall.
Yeah.
like
Okay, that makes more sense. But
Yeah,
like,
yeah. If you
at the
don't
same
put a
time, I
name
just
on
don't
it,
want- The only reason I would be Christian again is just to live by the morals of a Christian, not to like actually believe in God but like, because I don't really care about praying to God or whatever. The only thing that would like entice me about Christianity is the morals they live by and their standards. So
yeah, no, 100%. I don't really practice too
Yeah.
much, but it's kind of interesting. I've heard that if you like, oh damn, I'm stupid. Like if you just call yourself dumb, like your mind doesn't know the difference, and so you kind of like associate with that and kind of dim yourself in a sense. So when you look
Yeah.
at praying, if you're thanking for everything you do have and you're thinking about everything that's good and trying to think of something good, I mean, and the same, it could be a conscious thing, right? Like a placebo. Placebo is literally the best medicine in the entire world. You
Yeah.
know why? Because it's a constant against every other medicine. So it's the one that
Yeah.
actually works every time. So
that's actually true though. Yeah, a placebo.
it's insane, man. When you look at a placebo, it's more effective than any other medicine in the entire
It
world.
really is though. It's kind of crazy.
It's ridiculous, and the fact is that's our mind.
Exactly.
So when you pray, what if it wasn't a sense that you should be worshiping something like false idols? How the Bible even tells you not to worship false idols,
Yeah.
but to really be thankful for what you have and rejoice and hope the best for others. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's how I was raised. I just really don't want to devote myself to
Oh
a
no.
specific place. So.
No, I understand that. I don't devote myself to a specific either. But I do look at Immanuel Velikovsky. He was a guy who went
Yeah.
around in like the 30s, and he basically studied all of the religions around the world. And based on their time and the fact they couldn't travel, they all had the same story. Kind of like Zeitgeist. I don't know if you ever seen that YouTube video, Zeitgeist.
No, I haven't.
But basically, all religions are talking about the same thing. But it was like this. It was astronomical stuff. It was planets moving and different stuff happening in the sky, right? But when this person seen it in his language, right, it was a folklore. It wasn't written. You would go around, and this is how you made your money. You would tell people stories. And if you went and said, oh yeah, there was a big explosion and then this happened and then that. Well, no, you build a story on it. There was a man, he grew up and his name was this and he was the most powerful. And then you basically tell the story of what you saw in the sky, but you put names into it and you add to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what religion is, to be honest.
So I mean, in a sense, it is based off of truth, but they've put their twist on it and then you throw it through the telephone game, like, you know, I tell you something, you tell it through somebody else. Like
that's why I don't really like the Bible, because it's been rewritten so many times in different perspectives.
But you said the perfect thing though. If you ever did, it would be based on morals. So I feel like you do live your life by morals, and you have morals.
Yeah,
and you pick that up. So
yeah,
that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. All right, man. You have a wonderful day. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to follow my YouTube, man, it's right here.
I got you, fam. I'll copy it and then paste it in.
It's just the Earth Monkey thing, but it's the one with the Viking horns. Yeah. Later, man.
Okay.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Yeah! Woo!
Yeah.
Every day, okay.
Yo.
Love your hat, dude. Love
Hey,
it.
appreciate it, guys. Hey, you guys believe in God?
I do. I am a Catholic.
Catholic, nice. Hell yeah. Fucking, what about your buddies in the background? They all got quiet.
He which one? Yes, he loves God and he loves God and
Mike's an atheist.
actually no, never mind. Mike's an atheist.
He doesn't love God, he hates God. So he believes in him, he just doesn't like the dude.
No, he's just an atheist.
Agnostic is the proper word.
Okay, agnostic. So you believe there is something, you just don't know what it is.
Possibly. Open to the idea.
So I'll put it like this. Most people who look at religion look at death and they don't look at the birth. And the fact that you are here is the chicken or the egg scenario. And that's amazing on itself. So your life and everybody else around you and everything that's created is pretty amazing that it's here and it's not on the planet next to us and there's nothing else around us. So it's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
I 100% agree with that.
And then it's not based on death. Everybody looks at where you go to heaven. They don't look at God. They look at what you're going to meet and your judgment and everything like that, and they put a name on it. But the fact that you are here is a phenomenon. They can't actually explain why the heart starts to beat in a baby. It just happens. It like clicks on like a switch. So it's like, how does that happen? Where's it coming from?
I don't know.
And this
Looked into it.
is why I love talking to conservatives, because liberals will shut me down immediately if I ever tell anyone my political beliefs.
Hey, follow the YouTube, dude.
Absolutely. You know what?
She's out there. Yeah. Spit cup. Movie drink.
I don't know. It's a weird conversation to have, but when you look into the studies that they did on basically carbon dating.
Water bottle and a
Oh, you're live right now. No way.
Yeah, dude.
It looks like a water bottle.
Yeah, we are. That's hilarious.
How many viewers has
He's got one viewer.
he got? You.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
You know what?
That's a start.
That's a start, and I'm gonna
Gotta start
subscribe.
somewhere. He's doing it for the right reason.
You earned yourself a subscriber, my friend.
Hey, I
Keep doing what
appreciate
you're doing. Keep being you. Keep being real, man. I'll catch you later. Go
Hey,
find some new people to
One last question. One
motivate
last
and
question.
inspire. Yeah.
Where are you guys
Yeah.
from?
Illinois.
That's cool. Oh yeah, Chicago. Or you might
Oh,
not
yeah.
be in Chicago, but around the area, right?
Ow.
No?
Okay.
No, I guess. I guess that was really funny. I don't understand what the laugh was. But, alright. We'll move forward. That was cool. The guy didn't really say anything after. He kind of just did his thing. He was thinking about it. That's what he said. He's open to the idea, so I appreciate that. It's a hard thing to say in front of all your friends and everything like that. It's like, well, if one person says it, then everybody else will jump on, and the one guy controlling the camera said it, so the other guy behind him said yeah, and I don't know if he said it because of the guy, but the other guy stood his ground and said it's more so agnostic rather than anarchist, so, I mean... Good conversation. The insight. Yo, dude. Yo. Hey. I appreciate it. Hey, do you guys believe in God?
Jesus.
You believe in Jesus?
Mhm.
Well, Jesus was an actual man. They have recordings of him. Do you think he was the son of God? Probably?
Mhm.
So you do believe in God, then?
Yeah. I'm Catholic and
You're-
Muslim altogether.
Wait, what? Yo. Hey, do you believe in God?
No, I'm an atheist.
Why?
Cause
Screw the Bible. Just kidding.
screw the Bible.
Do you believe in a higher power?
What?
Do you believe in a higher power? Like something else created you?
Nah, fam,
I created myself.
My mom and my dad. Okay, so like.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Ejaculation.
Let me ask you this, because usually people will look at like heaven and what they talk to God after, but what came first, the chicken or the egg? The fact that you are here is pretty amazing. So,
That's okay.
which came first, the
But
chicken
I
or
could
the
be
egg?
dead any minute, like.
No, that's not the question though. I'm not talking about
a
after.
sperm.
I'm not talking about after. I'm saying why you're here. Do you think there's something else putting life out there, or did the chicken or the egg come first?
Yes.
And where did the chicken or the egg come from?
You know what?
A chicken coop.
Exactly.
A farm.
A farm.
But who built the farm?
Farmers.
And who made the farmer?
Themselves.
Farmers' mothers.
And who made their mom? That's the thing. It's the chicken or the
The
egg.
dad, bitch.
Which came first?
Ejaculation.
Which came first, a full-grown human or a baby? Because a baby always comes first in our
A
minds.
full-grown human. How do you expect babies to have intercourse, huh?
Exactly.
What? The tiny baby penis goes
So,
in the tiny.
so where did a full-grown human come from if it's not
The baby.
born?
Another human.
No, it can't be born. It would be born if it's from another human. Where did it come from if it's a full-grown human?
It born.
It came from a cow then.
It was adopted.
It came from a cow. Okay, now we'll break the same scenario down to a cow. A cow's not born from anything. Where did the cow come from?
Grass.
Okay, and then we'll break the
A
same thing
sperm?
down to grass because grass has little single cells and it's actual living organism. So same thing there. There's no
Rock.
seeds to
Dirt.
make. What?
The rain came down.
Oh,
And
so
guess what?
so the
Because
rain is
worlds
carrying.
have their own atmosphere, considering like the moon and stuff. And God didn't make the moon. He didn't make Saturn. He
So
didn't
the
make
rain-
Venus. And
What-
he also didn't make Earth. So let me have you this: when the Earth became its own little thing, it has its atmosphere, and the atmosphere started working and it started making living and breathing things. There's your
Okay, and what about the other planets that have
Answer.
atmospheres? No response. Yeah, dude. Yo.
Hey, does that make America great gay again?
Yeah.
Make America gay again.
You don't like gay people? You're homophobic?
Hey. I saw a hat like that one time.
You're homophobic?
Beat that dude up.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Nice. What about you?
Nigga, this is what I gotta say. Niggas don't got an option to believe in God or not, man.
You know, does
If
he?
they opt out there.
Does he? He
man,
hasn't said
you best
anything.
believe that your nigga guy ain't
He
fucking
still
with
hasn't said anything. Does he believe in God?
Yeah, why?
Well, that's just my question.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta say. Tell
Okay.
him what niggas don't.
All right.
I just told you why we don't not believe in God, man.
Well, I appreciate it. What religion are you guys?
Baptist.
Christian.
Nice. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from? Is that Florida?
I'm from Florida.
Yeah, Florida Gators. I was thinking that. Hell yeah. You guys are living in MAGA country over there. And
Yo, what's up?
yeah, what's going on,
You're
man?
hot as fuck.
I appreciate it. Hey, I got a question for you. Do you believe in God?
Yeah. Not completely, but would you like to persuade me?
I mean, I could possibly. What is it that get you going?
Proof that he's real.
Would it be proof to say that the fact that you are here and that scientists can't actually determine why your heart starts to beat, it's like a switch being turned on, that it'd be like a phenomenon that they say it is?
Well, can you explain how monkeys went from monkeys to humans like us? Can you explain how that's...
I could give you a theory, but let me ask you this. Where did the monkeys come from? What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Life from the Big Bang.
And the Big Bang only hit our planet?
Bro, out in Arizona, Phoenix, do you guys believe in God that much? Like, how much do you believe in God?
I mean, we're out here just doing our thing. I'm just asking you the questions, though.
Well, I don't believe in them. I don't believe in God. And you're not going to say it.
So why did you leave?
Hey man, you've been fried.
What?
During class?
Yo, dude. Yo.
You're just fine. Oh yeah, I like your hat, bruh.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, do you believe in God?
Why can't we hear anybody, you redneck? This is making me mad.
Do you believe in God?
Okay, hold on.
Yes? No? Hello? Alright. Yo.
What's up?
Nothing much. Hey, do you believe in God? Yo. Yo. Hey, do you believe in
Yes.
God?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Like how the frick? I don't know. I can't explain it.
Can
But
you
I love your hat. I love your hat.
can I ask you this? Can you explain
What?
what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Shut up.
Didn't like it. They never liked that question. Okay. Yo, dude. Yo.
Hey, what's poppin', bro?
Nothing much. Hey, do you believe in God?
Kind of. I'm not really a religious type of person, so.
But
That
you
is a
believe
non-blind
there's something else, right?
Yeah, I believe, like, I know this is about to sound cringe, but anything could be a god if you want it to be, really.
Okay. Well, let me put it to you like this then. Do you think one thing is higher than the rest?
Oh, yeah, there's always going to be that, no matter what, like, positions on a job. It's always going to be like that.
It means you're
Yeah.
super conservative if you answer that way, but the fact is when you look at, yes, you could put anything to a god. The fact that we are here, where did we come from, and why did stuff start growing here? And where is that coming from?
And the Big Bang, the explanation of it?
Well, if the Big Bang happened, why did it only happen to our planet when there's 4 other planets around us? 5. Exactly, right? It doesn't make sense. And the fact is it definitely
listen,
has something to do
we
with.
shouldn't really try to be wrapping our heads around it. We should just keep on with our own lives. That's the type of thing that I think about.
No, yeah, I mean, I
Just
agree,
rather
but the
not get
fact.
yourself caught up on a pointless thing that ruin your life type stuff.
Well, no, it's not gonna ruin it. I was more so going towards the fact like someone was saying like they don't pray and stuff, and I was like, well, there is a study that basically proves that if you go and talk shit about yourself and like talk down on yourself, but you're just joking, your body doesn't know that you're joking, or your mind doesn't, and it self-consciously thinks it's real. So you can't actually do damage to yourself by doing this. So if you pray and you thank things and you actually are being grateful, I mean. I felt like it was a good point. I mean, good little realization. In my opinion. I mean, yo, dude. Yo, what's going on, dude?
Right, man.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, do you guys believe in God?
Yes, sir.
Of course. And
Nice.
strong too.
Nice. Hey, what religion?
Christian.
Christian. Everybody there?
Yep.
Nice. Cool. One last question. What state are you guys from?
California.
Damn.
Hey, I like your hat. I like your hat.
I appreciate you guys so much. Stay strong. We support you guys over there, even though you guys going through some shit. The real ones who know that there's real people out there like you. I support you, man. So stay strong.
Okay. Have a good one, man.
You too. Yo,
Hi.
what's going on, guys?
Biden's your president.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Yo,
who
what's
knows?
going on, guys?
Yo, he lost, my boy. He lost. Nah, don't skip this nigga.
Oh, it's
Fuck,
good.
he
It's good.
lost, pussy. He
Yeah,
lost.
no, it's good. I got a question for you guys. Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. Everybody there? Hey, high fives all around, right? I appreciate you guys. Yeah. Hey. Right? There we go.
I'm kidding.
Even
I'm
though
mad at
even though we politically see differently, God is still good, and I love all you guys. So
Amen.
Period.
Amen.
Love you too. Love you too.
fuck yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
you guys all have a good night. The Thrasher shirt's the sickest shirt all around. So peace out, guys. Super cool. Yo.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much, mate. What's going on? What's going on?
Looking for the phone? What does that mean?
Yeah, basically, my phone's not connected.
Where are you from,
Yeah. man? I'm from England. You?
I'm from Arizona. I'm from
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's fair enough.
I'm doing a YouTube video. And I'm asking people if they believe in God. Do you believe in God?
I don't. I'm not religious myself, but I don't not understand religion, if that makes sense.
No, I'm the same way. I really don't pay attention to it too much.
Yeah.
I had a great video. I'm sorry, like I appreciate you for saying that, but I had just a video before this, and there's a bunch of people, and they're like, "Oh, fuck you, Trump lost this and that," and then I asked them if they believed in God. They all said yes, and I said high fives all around, and everybody put their hand up to the screen and high fived me, and I said no matter if we differ, at least we've been God is good and we believe in God, and it was cool.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I'm not going to say shit if you believe in your God or whatever, but it's just personally not for me.
No, yeah, I'm not saying I believe in one specifically. I actually more think so if you look into Immanuel Velikovsky. He was a writer in the 30s. Pseudoscientist is what they called him. They banned him all around the world in his books, and most banned guy in the 30s. And basically when Einstein died, he was reading his book and basically differing on his own theories based off of it. But what he did is basically traveled around the world and studied all of the culture and their religion. and compiled them all, almost like if you've seen Zeitgeist, it's like a video on YouTube. And what he did is he compiled them all and said, you know, at these times that these areas were having these ideas and these profound thoughts on religion, they were all telling the same story in sense. And what it kind of relates to is, you know, everybody told the same story, but they wouldn't have been able to do it to say the exact same story, and it wasn't written. And you couldn't just go on a boat or a plane and go to the next place. So the fact is that he thought of it as astronomical stuff, to where it was in the sky, that we were looking at different events. And then you put it onto like folklore, right? When a folklore goes and tells a story, you know, you can hear Homer in the Iliad, and it's a 12-year war, but they put it into a small book. So I mean, you're exaggerating some points, you're getting to the point. I mean, you're putting different names, and you're kind of making it more of a story. So when you go and tell a story about what happened in the sky, you have to kind of build characters on it and get people interested so you can gather a crowd and actually have the story. But it's a lot harder to do when you aren't able to articulate it in the fact that it's interesting to someone to relate it to themselves. When you look at it as it's in the sky, and that's freaking insane. And like, how do you correlate that? Well, you say it's God is a man and man is God. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's understandable. Well, it's fair enough that you know that. It's quite smart, that. I respect that. Quick question. What's your YouTube?
It's EarthMonkey. I'll type it in right here. It's the profile that has the Viking horns. It's not the cartoon monkey.
EarthMonkey.
I mean, I personally haven't read the story. It was more so just kind of thought process, talking to somebody else and working our way through it. But that's basis of the story and kind of how he correlated it. And again, he was like, in the 30s, all of the publishers stopped publishing his book completely, turned it down. And so I've read into that and how he was basically shunned. And you look at how today and how they're taking stuff away and shunning people. I mean, he had something that was good, and not only was it good, but Albert Einstein, the top theology of the time, was reading his book right before he died. So I mean, or it might not have been Einstein, it might have been Tesla, but it was one of the two. I'm skipping on the name, but and the basis of it's super interesting. And then you look at the fact that really in all religions, if you've seen the Zeitgeist video, there's a lot of correlation. I mean, you can find stuff that relates to other things, but when you think of religion and how like out there it is, when you look at it, it's like, how did we come up with these ideas? And then you correlate it and you're like, wow, people are telling the same story. It's like, that's kind of weird, right? I mean, how do we all come up with the same crazy idea? You know what I mean?
I understand what. To be fair, that does make sense.
I mean, you couldn't travel around back then, and if somebody did, they would have to travel around everywhere and tell the same story, or have one person go and get that to go.
Yeah, when everyone was saying a story, did they have no communication with each other? Did they just literally like say the exact same story without having communication with each other?
I mean, you look at the Greeks and then you look at the Mayans, they both represent like a red god that has a scar on his face. And one of them calls it Mars and the other one calls it some other name. And then you look at Mars in Greek theology and they were talking about Mars the planet, but then you look at other places around the world and there's a couple other religions that talk about a red scarred god, basically. So, and then you look into how the Indians say that the god got the scar is an astronomical event that basically ripped its face, but didn't rip it. It kind of sucked it to where you look at the other side. So there's a big fault that's like 10 times the size of the fault that's in the Grand Canyon, and it's on Mars, which is a third of the size of our planet. And then you look at the other side where that fault is, the complete opposite side of the world. There's mountains taller than mountains on Earth. So it's kind of interesting. You see kind of a indent on one side and a push out on the other, and it's bigger than both places on our Earth. and the Indians
Oh.
talk about, or the natives or whatever, talk about a story of a red giant getting a scar, and it kind of correlates to like an astronomical event. So
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that does make sense now.
it's
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not going as far as I could go into it. If you want to dive deeper, Emmanuel Velikovsky goes into it, but there's a big follow for it now. It's a electric universe. A lot of people say it's pseudoscience today as well, and trying to disprove it. But the main fact is they're proving stuff that when you go and talk to a geologist and you ask them how something happened, sometimes they'll just get to the point where they'll just say it's nature being nature. We really don't know. It's just a weird phenomenon that nature does. And it's basically them saying we don't know how to explain it. But then when you have these scientists going and explaining it, and Emmanuel Velikovsky basically saying that it would be a planet getting so close to us that it would raise the geomagnetic force, like raising mountains basically, like putting two magnets next to each other, they would attract. But if you're not attracting the whole thing, and the only reason they disproved that is because Einstein said it would rip our entire crust off of the Earth, and we wouldn't be surviving. But then you have stories of Indians talking about floating in the air. They have stories of Indians saying a planet floated close to us. People being lifted up, mountains being created out of nothing. So there is all of these stories about it worldwide, yet it's not accepted because Einstein says it would rip our crust off. So.
Oh yeah. Well, everything you do say it does make sense. So I can see where that all comes from.
Yeah, I'm kind of mushing it all together, but I appreciate that.
No, it's fun.
It is.
You know what? That's quite good that you know that. I respect that.
I appreciate it. Where are you from, my man?
I'm from England.
England, nice.
Yeah, so
that's cool.
Been took the mick out of. It's Tuesday, innit, everyone? Always say it's like.
Yeah.
Say it, man.
What do you think about Boris Johnson?
I think with every country, everyone's blaming their prime minister for corona.
Mm-hmm.
They can't control it though. Like they can do their best, but they can't physically stop everyone from leaving the house.
Yeah.
Like.
And then at the same time, if we are not able to stop it, which even they've come out in the U.S. now and said, after the vaccine, there is still a chance you can get it, and nothing's changed. It's still going to be social distancing and everything. So, I mean, at that point, do we just destroy what we've built up because of one thing, or do we continue to push forward? I mean, if there's no point in, at this point, doing anything about it, is what you're basically telling us, like.
Yeah, I think we've got to go along with it and just see where it floats our boat. Because at this point, God knows what's going to happen in the next. Could carry on for 2 years. You never know.
Yeah, what's weird? In 2019, in October, we had the World War Games. Basically, it's the Olympics of the world, and they all get together and they do like capture the flag and like little military tactic games, and they did it in Wuhan, China.
Did they?
Yeah, it's super interesting. And a couple months prior to that, they came out with 5G in Wuhan, China as well, the first release of it. So very strange things actually happening in Wuhan, and the reason it's been pointed to that is because of a lab that was there that Fauci and them were working on biotechnology for war.
See, it's weird. I feel like the government has something, like, knows something, but, like, I don't know. It's weird.
It is.
You don't want to believe now.
I mean, without looking at anything else but the fact that they do have a lab in China, in Wuhan, and they're working on biotechnology for war, and then there's a war game that's happening there, and then right after that, the entire world gets sick. I mean, not saying it's dead on the point, but I mean, it is weird to look into those circumstances. And then at the same point, where did it come from, and why do we know nothing about it, and why is it so rare?
I think they keep too many secrets. Like I understand it's government and it's like president. Think what's uh, confidential information, but I feel like we need to know things so we feel secure ourselves as well. So
Yeah, they basically were talking. Oh, some guy, what's going on? But they were talking in the past. Basically, what the reason for them keeping the secrets, which I agree to a point, is they need to study it. What they did for I think 50 or 30 years is the missing link between human and ape. There was a man who came forward and he basically configured the jaw of a monkey and the skull of a man, and put the two together and then put it out there. And people wrote books about it. They studied it. They looked into it and they put theory into it and how it happened. For 30 years they did this. And then it came out and somebody studied it through carbon dating once it came out, and they're like, well, these don't match up at all and these aren't the same things. This looks like the jaw of a man, actually. So the reason why they now go so far into depth before they release anything, like if the U.S. military, if you look into their technology, they're about 20 years out from what the public knows the technology actually is. And the reason is because they want to find out about it before it actually comes out, so they don't release it and then something bad happen. Like people get disinformation for 30 years about a monkey skull and a jaw, but at the same time, like, we can know a little bit more, right? Like, let us start helping study, say it's undefined.
Yeah, do you believe in the how they like can track us through like our phones and all that, through like cameras, and they can watch us?
That's what 5G is going to be, basically. So 5G is going to revolutionize the criminal activity of people and everything, because what 5G is a sense of is it's they're stepping into a kind of a 3D module. Like, so right now when you go and look at GPS, you're able to look at a house. When you look at the house, you can see where the dot is in the house, but you can't see the layout of the house. So what this will do is have a 3D imprint of everything inside and bounce it off of what you are doing, and everything around you, to be able to project exactly what's going on and clear voice and everything. And the reason for that is so that you have better signal and that it projects better for everything that you're doing. But at the same sense, it's going to revolutionize like criminal activity and what they're able to observe.
Yeah, well, it's quite good enough matter then, isn't it? And then some people, they need to live their lives.
It's definitely an idea. I seen a Black Mirror episode that basically you can go and tap into people's memories and see visions of what they had saw, to where you can kind of replay different scenarios. So if you get an investigator, instead of them asking you questions, they would ask you questions why something's hooked up and they're watching a video. It's definitely getting more intrusive, especially with the Neuralink and everything that they're talking about with, they just recently came out with a story that they have a monkey playing a video game through his mind. I mean,
I feel like they need to respect our privacy though at some points as well.
Exactly. It's dangerous. And that's the real question is, that's why I kind of went with the God question tonight, because, God gave you free will, or they give you the will to, or the need to will anything. Like, you can just do anything you want, you know what I mean? And at the same point, they're talking about downloadable conscious. So what they'll do is they'll upload your mind onto a USB. So when you die, you don't really die. You can be re-injected into like a robot or something, or just a program. And at that point, the scary part is who's controlling the program. And if they put on hell mode and you just burn for eternity, but you don't die, I mean, like.
See, I know. I think people then, if that was to happen, God knows what society would turn into.
Right.
It would turn into a war zone.
I mean, if they are talking downloadable conscious, to where basically you can download your actual conscious, maybe just your memories, so everybody would be able to replay your memory. But then to push it past to where if you are able to project all of your memories and come out with a program that's similar to you, it's almost like a clone, but a USB drive. Scary stuff, but
yeah, God knows. Well, have to see what the few next years will come into.
it's just advancing. It's the scary part. It's just moving quicker and quicker every day.
Yeah, we've just got to grow up with it, don't we? There's no other way of going around it.
That's the mindset of Elon Musk is, he had fought AI for years prior to everybody actually finding out, because he was in the tech and he thought it was a very bad idea, seeing the outcome of what we're talking about, and he tried to fight it and nobody else backed him, and more so invested the AI. And at that point he got to the decision, if you can't beat it, you join it and you overtake it. So if he's in control of it and able to modulate it basically to do what it is right, it can only be programmed to do what you tell it. So the hell scenario would be somebody taking control and reprogramming it, basically,
It's scary that they have that much power. Like,
it is, but
I wouldn't wanna.
What do you do when it's inevitable?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can't. There's no way of going around it.
It's like a society that gets too big and you have no rule. I mean,
yeah. Well, I have to see what the future will bring anyway.
Like, I wouldn't be president myself, but I'm glad that we do have kind of a president or some de facto.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of scary and then, like, have a community police, or people who decided what was right and what's wrong, not based off of law or.
Yeah, that would be a lot more better, because then everyone would actually come together. There wouldn't be as much hate crime.
Well, it kind of makes me think of the Wild West when you say that when you walk around with a gun on your hip, and if somebody fucks with you, you guys are gonna have a duel in the middle of the street. But I also think of, like, I don't like fighting or anything like that, but the UFC, I think that's cool. I think, like, sports are cool, but fighting, it's almost primitive at this level. Like, we've come to such an advancement that we are all so comfortable to where we're not fighting to live, we're fighting because we just don't agree with each other, and that's just stupid to me. It's like,
yeah, it is pretty stupid.
Like, why can't we just talk it out?
Everyone gets offended over the most like non-sensitive stuff.
Exactly, and at that point, it's like, how am I supposed to go and have a conversation with you if you just want to hit me? And how are we supposed to progress at all? Are we just gonna go, you hit me, you win, and then when somebody wants to hit you and they win, and they take over? And it's like, we're just gonna keep hitting each other until we can actually talk out what the actual issue is.
I think everyone bases you, though, off the president you support. That's a huge factor. Right? Everyone hears, oh, Trump went and said this or whatever.
You know what I say to him?
What?
I say that I love America.
Yeah.
And that's what my hat says, that I want to
think
make
what
it great.
What he done for the country, even though I don't live in there, he done good.
He did good. I would say that as well, but if they want to go into Trump, I'll disconnect Trump from the hat because I like America. And then when we want to talk about the stuff that he did and he didn't do, well, that's getting past the point that Trump's a piece of shit. Like, now they're asking me questions, so when I just bring America, it's hard for them to disagree with, but they still want to add it on, and then that's when it engages in conversation. So I kind of...
Like the Mexican Wall.
Yeah.
Everyone was against it, but it's literally to stop drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and whatever, and legal immigrants.
Yeah.
But somehow it's racist.
Yeah. The fact is I've talked to people on here and asking them, would you want to come to America even though you don't like the president, or do you still love America? Would you want to come to America? And people all around the world want to come to America. When you look at statistics, we have more immigrants than any other country combined coming to this country, and the fact is more people around the world want to come to this country. And why? So the fact is there is something that we need to preserve, and if it is getting invaded on, and it's causing an issue that's going to disrupt what everybody around the world is. And that's kind of the issue, is like people think the immigration is only coming from the south border, and that's the issue, that he's talking shit like just about them. Well, those are the people who are able to come over illegally and jump over. You look at the guy in India who's making $1 a day or less than $1 a day. It's like, at that point, how do you justify, or white privilege? Look at Ukraine. People who are living in Ukraine, and they don't really have the best lives, and if they were to come to America, it'd be almost similar to a Mexican living in poverty coming to America as well. They just don't have the opportunity to walk over the border. So I kind of put it to like the simplest way, and I don't want to say it like to disparage, but like if I were to throw a house party and like everybody who came to my house party gets $500, and I invite people from all around the neighborhood to make sure that I spread it out and everybody gets an even amount. It's just a promotion that I'm inviting people, and if they come, they get to hang out and get $500. And then a neighbor 2 doors down or 3 doors down just says, oh, he's having a party, and goes and hops the fence and jumps in the backyard and starts asking people for money. And then it gets to a point where I have too many people at the party and I have to deny somebody else, even though I invite them from far away, and they were coming all this way and were excited about it, and they were in a less situation, and this guy lives right next door to me. So I mean, it's the situation of you're basically walking into the supermarket, everybody's waiting in line from all around the world, and you're like, dude, I live right next door to you. You care if I just pay real quick? And you're like, yeah, dude, it's cool. Like, I know you. You're my friend. Like you know what I mean? You can't just jump in line.
No, you have to wait for it. You have to wait for a lot of things. This generation thinks everyone's rushed. Everything's rushed.
Yeah, so even the people, I agree with you that there is an issue with drugs and sex, and the cartels is the main issue, and that's the border and what controls the border. But even the people who are going through poverty, I mean, I put it in my shoes. If I wasn't going through drugs and sex and doing all of that, and I was able to get over here, and I wasn't able to do it any other way, and I was Mexican, I would probably try it. I'm not going to disparage. So, like, I would probably do it myself, but the fact is I would be jumping in line.
Yeah.
So, it's not a good thing in the long run.
But it also is to benefit you, you need to think about yourself there.
Yeah, I mean, and when you put yourself in those shoes, it does make sense why they do it. Does not mean that it's right.
But it's for a beneficial cause, that's the thing.
Yeah, and then at the same time, I ask the people who come here, why don't you try to fix your government? And it's like they feel hopeless with their own government, and that's why they're leaving. So, I mean, it is sad. So, and that's worldwide. And the fact is I do feel for you, but the fact is you're coming here because it is great, and if you come here and you take from it, then it's not going to be great anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
So it's a love-hate kind of thing, like, not love-hate, but an acceptance, and then disagreements, like. Hey.
What type of dog you got?
I got Blue Nose Pit as my mom's, and then Cattle Dog and Shepherd mix, and she's got a little bit of wolf in her. Hey.
Yeah.
That's why she's all super territorial. Hey.
Oh shit. Right, I'm gonna have to go, bro, because it's 10 to 5 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, no worries. Hey, if you want to hit me up on Instagram, I have just my one that I use for YouTube, but you can hit me up on there. It's Instagram. It's EarthMonkey69.
Alright, I'll add you on Instagram now.
It was a good conversation. I like to hear from across the sea, so let me know what you're thinking, and let me know.
Yeah, I'll subscribe to you as well, so.
Hell yeah, I appreciate you.
Right, have a good night, man.
You as well. Cool dude. Dr. Fauci was working on COVID strains in our universities. The word got out to media and they canceled the project, moved it to Wuhan, China. Dang. It was here? I didn't know that. Yo. What's going on, dude?
I'm sorry to say, but okay. Now, why are you trying to get Trump to be president?
He was president.
He was, but he's not anymore. So why do you still try?
My hat says America.
Yeah, make America great again. That's what he said. That's like what they stand for.
You don't
Like
believe
what
in
he
it?
said. No, I'm not saying that I don't.
Well, that's what
I
I
don't really
believe
care
in.
about politics. I'm just confused.
I like America, and I think what he did was good. So I'm gonna wear the hat because I like America. But
Are you right? You're right. Never mind.
what? Where are you from?
America.
I mean, like what state? I'm from Arizona.
I'm from. Oh, you're all the way across. I'm from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What do you think about
The wrestling state?
What do you think about the laws in your state being overturned by the judge instead of the legislator?
Fucking retarded.
You think it was a bad thing?
Yeah.
It was
You gonna
pretty
light
bad.
that fucker up?
What's that?
You gonna light that fucker up?
Yeah, I was going to, but I got you. No, but
Right.
it is pretty fucked. I mean, when you look at it, they went against the Constitution and they overturned the election. So
Yeah. Well, I don't really look at politics too much.
but you know about that, right?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty out there. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna say that, like, I don't care who you support or what, but that is pretty crazy. And I don't know if you support the Constitution and you like the Constitution, but
All right. So, what are some pros that Trump had for his election?
I can
This
give
2020.
I can give you a bunch. Let me ask you a simple question that will direct it to actually make sense to you.
Mhm.
What do you care about?
What do I care about? I care about if they state with their word.
If they stay with the word?
Yeah. So
Oh,
like
perfect. I mean,
so
Trump.
they don't.
When you
Yeah.
look
So
at
they won't.
when you look
they
at
won't-
Trump and what he ran on, he was the most actually doable to where he did pretty much everything that he said. There
Mhm.
was bad things that he did do, and I don't
What are
like
some
how
of the
he
bad
was.
things he did?
What's that?
What are some of the bad things he did?
I mean, over in Syria and what he was doing when he first came in, picking up what the Obama administration kind of left off. And the fact
And
was,
that was
is
like
the fact
that
was,
like holding kids captive, right?
no, well, that was based off the Obama administration, but what Trump did with that was actually pretty amazing. Trump, after he found out about that, and the only reason he found out is because the media went and blasted him on it because they didn't really have anything to bring up for the story that week. So they're like, oh, let's bring this up because somebody's complaining about it again, because it was fucked up. And so they had made a story prior when the Obama administration started it. When Trump found out about it, he went and not every one of them, but on a couple of them, he did actually change what was going on there to where when they would go in, there wasn't any showers, there wasn't running water, there wasn't beds, there was like cots, and he switched it over to where some areas they were living in dorms basically. So it was like a college dorm to where they had like an actual little house and beds and a sink and a bathroom and personable. You know what I mean? So he did do a little bit there, compared to what the media will say that he put him in the cages. I mean, completely false. But he did
That's what
actually.
Obama did.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So I mean, you know, but he did a little bit more than just not put him in the cages. He actually took him out of the cages in some instances and put him in dorms. So it's pretty amazing. You know what I mean? Like that.
What are some pros that Biden said?
The only thing I know from Joe Biden's 45 years in office is that he created a 1994 crime bill that Donald Trump overturned. And that 1994 crime bill basically targeted young black men in certain areas, and if they were caught with drugs, they would be imprisoned, not just go to jail or get a ticket, they would be put into prison. And this was written by Joe Biden, and it was almost directly put at African Americans or black people. And
Yeah.
Donald Trump went and did prison reform, and when he did prison reform, there was 3,000 people who were released, and I think about 80% of them were black. So he released about 3,000 prisoners with his prison reform, and then I mean, that's based off of what Joe Biden did, but that's all I really know of what Joe Biden did. I mean, there's really not a lot that the guy did. He was part of the Obama administration, and when he was part of the Obama administration, they didn't like putting him on camera because he wouldn't say the right things, and he would kind of be, it wasn't good. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Something retarded that he did is he made minimum wage $15 an hour, and that's just going to shut down small businesses everywhere.
I mean, he did that for federal. He's trying to push a mandate for state, but you can't push state. So he's basically proposing it and seeing what the states say. But it's a very dangerous idea, especially when we're going through a pandemic and nobody's making money and businesses are shutting down, and then you have to tell them that you're going to pay your employees more money when they're losing money. It's like, how does that make sense, man? You know, these companies out there like Walmart and Amazon and all of them can actually pay $15 an hour, but when you get the average person, or you look at states like, I think it's Alabama, the average wage there is like $8 an hour. Like 75% of the state makes $8 an hour. You go and double the wage overnight. It's like, what?
I mean, you know.
Are you?
And then there's what?
Oh, go
ahead. What do you think of like the Black Lives Matter riots and shit?
I look at what Dr. Martin Luther King said, and he wanted his son to grow up in a world where he's not judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character. And when you look at Black Lives Matter, it's the exact opposite of that, because they're specifically looking at the color and not the character.
Yeah.
I mean, what if you get, like, let's just say it was White Lives Matter, right?
Yeah.
Let's switch the scenario and say you get a white guy that rapes like 15 people, or you get a black guy that rapes 15 people, and it's like, does Black Lives Matter then? Like, do you still care about this person? Like, it's character,
Well, okay.
right?
Here's how I look at it, all right? And what these people didn't realize is there might have been some shit that maybe black people had that weren't that we had advantage of, but what they don't realize is that it's common sense for their life to matter too. So why do they need to make riots and destroy our historical artifacts and shit? All right, we get it. All right.
At the same time, too, look at the people in Ukraine. Look at the people living in these states or countries that aren't the wealthiest people. Like, you've heard of a hick or a hillbilly or trailer trash. Like, these people aren't living the best lives, right? I mean, that's why the name has been put out there, because you're talking about someone who doesn't have a lot. When you look at it, it's like, what's the difference there, and why is there a difference? It doesn't matter about the skin color at this point. It matters about what happened. And so when there is an issue and you have an issue, what happened, right? It's not, it happened because you're black, because it happens to white people too. And when you look at statistics, it happens to white people more often. And they'll say, oh, that's because there's more white people. But the fact is, it's not the fact of a white person or a black person. It's because they broke the law at that point. So
Exactly. There's okay. From the small amount of black people that's in America, most of like the black people crime rate is like, it's high. It's very high up in black neighborhoods and shit.
Yeah, no, it is. And they can also relate that back that they're being targeted. So I don't want to bring, the statistic is, it's 13% of the population. And 50% of the violent crimes comes from the black community. So it could be that they're being targeted, and that's a point they can bring up. But the point that I bring up, if you really want to say Black Lives Matter, and you really want to look at what actually determines the outcome of somebody, and the only thing they can actually relate it to is having a two-parent household.
Exactly.
And when you break down the numbers on that in the black community, it's very, very scary. I would almost kind of relate it to a genocide in a sense. But 7% of the country is black women. And when you look at the abortion rates, that 500,000 black women are having abortions, and they kill 500,000 black babies, which is almost the amount of the number one death in the U.S., which is heart disease.
Exactly.
So you compare those numbers and the fact that you're not only allowing your child to have a good life or do something to progress, a two-parent household and everything like that would actually determines the outcome, but it seems like the culture is to have an abortion and don't get pregnant and don't have a two-parent household. So I think that's the real issue.
And you see, the thing about abortion is, if somebody wants to get an abortion, if they're not ready to have a child, all right, that's okay for them to have an abortion. But all I want them to do is think a little bit harder. You know, I want them to think like, is this really what I want to do? Like,
I put it to it like this. You put it to a perfect point at the end. I don't agree with the first part, because if you really thought about it, you shouldn't be having that baby. And when you do have a baby, at that point you're killing somebody, even if it is still in the womb. So
exactly.
You're either,
and that's what I'm saying.
You're either gonna look at it as you made a mistake and you got rid of it, or you made a mistake and you killed it. I mean, so I look at it as still you're killing something, and I don't agree with abortion, but I respect what you're saying, and the fact is you really got to think about it, and that's really where it breaks down, is if you really would have thought about it to begin with. And
most people
there is
think about it after they do it.
Yeah, there is instances like rape, or if the condom breaks, or if the birth control doesn't work. So there is those instances, and at that point, still, it would come to the point that, okay, a mistake happened. Not that I made a mistake. Am I going to get rid of it, or am I going to kill it? Is the question then. Are you getting rid of something, or are you killing something?
And I mean, if you're just going to put it up for adoption after you have it, then what's the point of even having it? Because most people who go for adoption don't have very good lives, you know?
That's to say, if you were gonna have sex and you would say, okay, if I have a baby, I'm gonna put it up for adoption. It's like, then just don't have sex. But if you have a baby, or you're pregnant with one and you're gonna give it up for adoption, well, it's better than killing something. You let it live. So I would put it to the point like, you're gonna give it to somebody else, but that kid might be the next Einstein. It might be something amazing. It might be the next murderer, but the fact is you let it decide, because it's its own person, it's its own free will, and it's a person at that point. And if you kill it, then your free will is killing a person, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Yo, income dodge boom, that Elon, man. Oh my god, Elon Musk. Hey, if you want to follow my YouTube, dude.
Absolutely.
You're a cool dude, man. Let me see what Elon... I know. That wasn't cool, man. Oh, it is boosting up. All right, I see you.
Oh, and it blew up. It went crazy. So I kept...
All right, so what is it? EarthMonkey?
Yeah. I see an army bunk. Where is he? Looking like Bragg.
You live streaming right now?
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you? I was gonna ask you. Are you in the army?
No. This is my friend's shirt, but I don't know. I might.
You might.
I might.
That's cool. Do you agree what's going on with overseas?
Not really.
Do you just want to do it because you want to protect the country?
Yeah.
I would look into National Guard, man. You can be deployed overseas, but it's more likely you'll just protect the country.
Now here's the real question. Okay. Godzilla or Kong?
I heard a great thing, and I think it was from the movie, but it said Kong bows down to nobody, because he's the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I would put it to the point that Godzilla, he's got that big ass tail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's like a rhinoceros, but he's standing up on his two hind legs. Super powerful. You don't want to fuck with that thing, right?
Yeah.
But then you get this big ass giant ape monkey thing jumping around, doing all this crazy shit. He can just move really quick and do these crazy aerial stunts and flip underneath, and because he's like hangs on branches and shit, right? So
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I think it's gonna be King Kong, because King Kong can move. It's gonna come to the point where he's gonna get hit with one of the lasers. He'll be down, but he's gonna do a crazy thing, and and Godzilla's not gonna be able to move quick enough, and then boom, he's done.
Yeah. But okay, here's the thing though. What it really comes down to is if Godzilla underestimates him. So
I don't think he would. I think Godzilla is
Yeah.
full on 100% 24/7.
Yeah. And yeah, you know?
So I don't even think it's underestimate. I think Godzilla doesn't care. It wants to kill it. And Godzilla doesn't move quick enough. So even though he's not underestimating it, he doesn't move quick enough. Even if he did want to react quicker, he's got this big ass tail, big ass body, and he's just like that. You know what I mean? He doesn't have these big arms to flail around and grab onto. I mean, unless they do him like that, which would be kind of weird. But
Now if Godzilla does get range though, like if he gets good range,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Then I think
Yeah, the lasers. He's probably gonna get hit at first. King Kong's gonna go down, and it's gonna be a weird part in the movie where you think King Kong lost, and then he's gonna come back at the last second and do something crazy.
I mean, hey man, what it all comes down to is just watching it. Did you get a donation?
No, it says new Godzilla is a good guy fighting climate change. Oh my god, no way. You gotta relate it. They gotta do it fucking super leftist movies always. They're like, yeah, Godzilla won. Okay, so Godzilla wins then. Godzilla won. I'm sorry. King Kong's destroying, because now if you relate it to King Kong as a monkey and we came from monkeys, so now we're relating to ourselves and the monkey, and he's gonna be super familiar, and he actually gets with the girl who's blonde. And yeah, Godzilla's gonna win. Fuck the world. The movie shouldn't have gone that way.
Alright, well, it was nice seeing you.
Hey, you as well, man. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Later. Yeah, that's super disappointing. Because at that point, Godzilla won. Oh, it's like, what do you do with that, man? He's fighting climate change? What? He came out of the ocean. If all that ice didn't melt from global warming, he would not have a home. Come on. Gotta logically think this one out, guys. How is Godzilla for climate change? He's got freaking laser beams coming out of his eyes. Then you have a monkey who's living in the forest, off of the forest things. Like, how is he not for climate change? What? Oh, it's because we relate. We're just like King Kong. That's us, dude. That's who we are. Jesus. Help us all. Yo, dude.
I love your hat.
I appreciate it. Hey, do you believe in God?
Sure. Yeah.
Nice. What religion are you?
Christian.
You're Christian? Nice. Where are you from?
Indiana.
Nice. Hell yeah. You like Trump? You're God?
No.
What? Alright. Monkey, that's the Perry race? No shit. That's the exact story? Is that the I'm a gorilla, kill yourself kind of thing? Like, that's where that came from? I have that shirt and says I'm a gorilla. I didn't know the exact book, but I remember what they were talking about, and it's a story about a gorilla. Goes around and tells people they're bad and they're killing the earth. They gotta kill themselves.
Yo.
Yo.
This guy's fucked up, man.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What religion are you?
You're...
She liked your hate, put bail on the word Trump, right? I ask one thing about Trump, or say one thing about Trump. It's like, nope. Alright, dude. Yo, dude. Hey, do you guys believe in... Oh. Common reaction. Yo, dude. Hey, do you believe in God? Oh.
And there's a cute dog.
Dude, go to bed.
Oh, he.
Yo, dude.
Hey, everyone.
Doing pretty good. Hey, do you believe in God? Yo, dude. Oh my god, people hate it. Yo. Nope. It's always the hat, man. Yo. Hey, do you believe in God? You're breaking up. I think you said yes, though. That was cool. Yo, dude.
Hey, man.
Hey, do you believe in God?
Hell no.
Nope. That Trump hat chat blocked you. It is. Let me throw it on backwards and see how people react then. Because they can't see it, so it'll be a little bit better. Yo, dude. That was fucked. Yo. Yo, dude.
What's good?
Hey, do you believe in God?
Fuck no.
Why not?
Cause fuck no.
Why?
Cause fuck no.
What do you believe in?
Nothing.
So nothing happens?
Oh, like the Big Bang Theory shit.
Nice. So you believe in life at least, right?
Yeah.
What started the Big Bang?
The sun exploding.
And how did that happen?
I don't know.
But would you say it's a kind of a higher power? Something else is going on that we don't know about?
Like aliens and shit?
No, not aliens. Just something higher than us that we can't explain.
Not like a god or shit, no.
No, not God. Just the fact that you are here and we can't explain what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Wait. Do you mean like, how did chicken get here? Like, was it an egg that came or a chicken that came?
What happened? That's my question. Everybody thinks about what happens after life and after death and talking to God, but how did you get here? And that's a weird thing to think.
Oh, honestly, bro.
I'm blowing your mind, I know.
I'm just high as fuck. But no, there actually is one theory though.
What's the theory?
Oh, you have YouTube?
Yeah, dude.
Is this gonna be on YouTube?
Yeah, dude.
I.
What's the theory though?
So like, I don't know if you've been like keeping up, but like, hold on, let me pause my music. So there was a 13-year Israeli government dude who was voted the most top secret person in Israeli. You know them Israeli motherfuckers are pretty fucking secret.
Yeah.
He was the most secretive guy. And he's like worth millions, and he's like 85 now. Just came out and said the Israeli Space Force.
Galactic Federation.
Yep, you'll know all about it, don't
Yeah. But where did they come from, right?
you? Okay, bro, you can't keep saying that.
That's what I'm saying. It always goes higher. It's a hierarchy. There's always something greater. So
Yeah,
even
there
if you
is.
say, like, a guy in my
Yeah,
chat.
there is, but like on that Galactic Federation shit, like, do you believe it? Cause like, I kind of do, because like, we've never really opened like another military branch just out of randomness. There was always been like a reason behind it, or like someone else got it before us, you know?
No, I definitely believe that there's.
And that fucking Space Force shit just showed up, bro. Like.
No, I believe there's some shit going on. Right around the same time, the Antarctic completely, the whole world basically owns the Antarctic. It's certain governments that own it, but we all own it together, which is like, what? Why do we all own a piece of land together? What's going on in the Antarctic? And then at the same time...
Yeah, and it's like the most cold fucking place and nobody's fucking there.
And then at the same time, why can't we go there? You're legally not allowed to go there. So at that point, and then at the same time, the stuff that went on with the lunar exploration and the stuff that we possibly don't know about. So it definitely goes a lot deeper. But the fact is overall, we all came from somewhere. And where we came from is the unknown. So disciplinary sage, it says that is the wrong question because the egg came before the chicken. The correct question is, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Yeah. That's what I asked. But the fact in
is it
the chicken
stream,
or the chicken egg.
Yo, is this a stream?
Yeah.
Hold on. We'll pull the shit up.
I don't think Space Force is outer space, but that Antarctic shit is weird. The Space Force thing, I mean, when you look into... Okay, so the reason why I can also see that it is Elon Musk, a regular...
Oh shit, bro, you got 8K subs.
No, I have 350. Wrong one. Not the cartoon monkey.
What?
It's the one with the Viking horns. But when you look into the Space Force, and why it is plausible, is because we have somebody going commercially past NASA, doing better than NASA at this point with his rockets. And when you look at it, that it's going to be a commercial thing, you need to put a hand on it and basically direct it to where you are going to direct the flow of traffic and make sure nothing else gets in. But if it's a commercial thing and Elon Musk already released all of his patents for Tesla so that people can go and build their own battery cars and everybody can move that way, you think cyberspace. I mean... Nah,
that's not what that means.
They already did that. That's 2002. You can look at the HDR, or DRA, it was called. Just type in internet DRA, and it'll bring up an article from a legislator.
But listen, that's like an agency. Agencies pop up all the time. We're talking about a fucking military branch.
Yes, exactly, and that's
that
why
shit hasn't happened in over like fucking.
I mean, you're basically talking FBI or CIA and saying that Trump created another branch like the two.
And here's my thing.
And the explanation that the actual Space Force says that they go and base it off of is pretty plainly stated that that's their idea.
Yeah, that they're like fucking ready to fight in space type shit.
Good theory. I see what you're going. Military to be the FAA of space. Yeah, exactly. When we see all around right now that we're getting infiltrated from all these different countries, sometimes with the same company, which just recently came out. I think it's solar something. solar capital or something like that. But basically, we're getting infiltrated from all different regions, and if we don't have satellites deemed to be possibility of infiltration, like how do you fire hydrant? Why'd you retract your message, man?
That was me.
Oh.
I'm logged into my homie's fucking account.
Fire hydrant? Fuck yeah, dude.
Do you smoke?
Yeah.
Can I take a dab on stream? Do you have any wax around you?
No, I don't. Fucking let me see if I can go and grab. I'll scrape a little bowl from a little resin.
Yeah. Let's take a little.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
I got the chat open. What's up? USA on space weapons to the max. Bro. Let's have a conversation, bro. I used to do this streaming shit. I had a sub button on Twitch and everything. So like I know how to do this shit. What's good, bro? What's good, bro? So like, I don't know how delayed his stream is, but there was attached to the coronavirus bill. There was That's how Space Force originated. Like, it wasn't like its own bill. Nah, I think deeper than that, bro. So it wasn't its own bill. Like, it was secretly attached to a coronavirus bill. So that's also another thing. And Trump actually let it slip almost once.
Let what slip?
He almost talked about Space Force before it was
yeah.
I think.
I mean, he did that a lot though. Did you see the video? He basically comes out and he's getting off the plane. Oh, he left. Shit, he left real quick. But he comes out and he's on a plane, or he gets off of a plane. And he's like, the reporter's like, "Oh, what'd you guys talk about?" He's like, "We just sold a lot of weapons. A lot of weapons to a different country." Oh, fire hydrant. You're good, man. But it's like all the media just drops their mouth. Like, you're gonna need a lot to say something I won't know. I appreciate that. Let me study up. You've definitely got me on stuff I don't know, but I try. Definitely talking to people helps too, so. Or at least get their point of view on what they have seen or heard and kind of look into it, but. Yeah, dude. Yo.
You would not believe your eyes if 10 million big black guys.
The Time magazine? Yeah. Yep. What's weird about the whole thing with the Time magazine is why? Why? You guys got away with it. Nobody was questioning anything after the fact. Mike Lindell Zach, my Discord. Fuck. I can't update it. Yeah, I can. Let me see if I can update it. I'll add it here at the bottom so you can add the Discord. Join the conversation with everyone. With the monkeys of Earth. or the EMFers, the Earth Monkey fans. Let me see. But yeah, it's just really why. I mean, when you break down the whole story, okay, yeah, they did this, they did that, like, they're basically putting out exactly what everybody had thought, and even saying Trump was right. I mean, it's like the Obamagate shit. And there's really nothing to gain except to have the narrative known. Possibly. Okay, so if you look at it, that nothing is going to happen, right? Hit me up on Disciplinary Sage on Discord. Oh yeah, I fucking forgot to add your shit the other day. I just updated the Discord right now. If you want to join, you and Distro have good conversations. But the weird outcome is, okay, so if nothing really is going to happen, right? That they did this just to put the story out. So what would be the significance of it to just put the story out with nothing in repercussion or to prepare yourself for, other than the long term? Well, I think the long term, if they were working a long-term angle and seeing that the Capitol was such a pivotal point in everything, if you were to go and look at it 20 years from now, the message is going to be Donald Trump was crazy. There was 25,000 troops at the Capitol. Somebody broke in, and the Democrats the entire time tried to stop it. So you can walk that line to say the outside, or the narrative of no real narrative other than long term. And when you look in long term, there will be an article stating that the Democrats did do something about it, if it comes down to it. I mean, that's just far out, but their narrative plays out. It's perfect, because they stopped the whole thing, and they were on the side of good. So, it just plays more into their narrative. It sounds insane to say, but that's a possibility, I would say the least, is that they're really playing that long play right now, that they feel comfortable now. And now that they're comfortable, they want to let everybody know and keep the momentum going that they did it. And if not, then it would have been a bad story. So, which 3 days before, 3 days ago, there was another story that came out about everything that actually happened. Yeah. Possibly some guy. I mean, that's basically what the outcome, what I'm talking about is. I mean, what else is another outcome? Like, that isn't in retaliation to something, which Mike Lindell came out with his own video today. So, did they find something in the Mike Lindell video? They were like, fuck, dude, we have to make a statement about this, or everybody's like, is it in retaliation or is it in preparation? If it's in preparation and go one of two ways, it would go in form of retaliation or in the form of pride. You're proud of what you did, or you're not proud, so you release it earlier. And at that point, it's like, I'll add you right after the stream, man. I remember you messaged me on Instagram about it. Fucking, or is it? No, yeah, it's just Manuel. But definitely a weird article to say the least. Brings a lot of speculation, but yeah, Francisco Nori. We call them waddies. Take a water bottle, get the cap, burn a hole, stick a socket through it, load the socket, put some water in it, put it in a cup, put a hole at the bottom of the bottle, let the water flow out the bottom of the bottle, let the smoke pull down, and get a reusable one that's portable. It's called a waddy. Wow. Let's move forward. Let's see if get some more. It's interesting conversation always with you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Not much. Just debating whether I want to turn on my Xbox.
Nice. Hey, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Nice. Hell yeah,
What,
dude.
You?
Yeah.
What's the gospel then?
Oh,
what do you need to be saved?
What's that?
What do you need to do to be saved?
What does it mean to be saved?
No, what do you need to do to be saved? What's your opinion?
I'm asking what does it mean to be saved?
You're asking me that?
Yeah.
Oh, what does it mean to be saved? I mean, I guess everything, like if you're not saved, then what's the point?
Well, that's kind of the weird question with most atheists or people who are agnostic. They think about afterlife and possibly talking to a God or being judged on their life and what they had done, which is good in the sense that they try to do good so that they are judged good. But at the same sense, you have to look at the fact of why you're here and what came first, the chicken, or not the egg, but the chicken egg. Like what actually came first, you know? Where do we come from? Why are we here? And when you look at the science of a baby's heartbeat, they don't actually know why it starts. It just clicks on, and it's like a phenomenon that they talk about. It's a scientific anomaly almost that life starts. So that in itself is a miracle. And if we are here,
with any species.
What's that?
With any species. When the heartbeat starts.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's a miracle, right? So the fact is there is something else that we don't know about, and I would bring that to a higher power. Now, to look at the afterlife is kind of bringing religion into it, and what religion you kind of stand with, and what your outview is. Now, if I were to say, like, if I thought I was to be saved, or that I would want to be saved, I would just want to do the best I would do. And I learned something during this when the guy said that he didn't want to pray, and I kind of thought, like, what would be something beneficial about praying, right? And I don't pray, but I thought about a couple days ago that I wanted to kind of go and be thankful for 5 things at the end of the day and try to like just think of things that I'm thankful for at the end of the day, right? And then you think of the study, they did a study, and basically, like, if you go and like tell yourself, oh, I'm dumb, like that's stupid, like retarded, like, you know what I mean, like just kind of talk down on yourself, it actually plays into your psyche, because your brain doesn't tell the difference. And so when you're praying or you're thanking things and thinking of good things, in my opinion, that can also play into your psyche, so it would be beneficial. So if you are doing good things during your life, you're going to have a good outcome and you're going to do better. And then if you have a good outcome and you think there is an afterlife and you're continuing to do good, then the next outcome would be something good, right?
So that's what you think that you need to do to be saved, to just be a good person? Or
yeah. I mean, think about Because I've heard the story that you have to be baptized in order to be saved.
No, that's not true. I mean, I don't believe that at least.
And I don't necessarily. Now, the reason why Jesus did it is because he wanted to make sure that you were actually part of the faction. It was like people were so ritualistic back in the day that if you did this ritual, you were part of the brotherhood in a sense. So I kind of think of it more so that he wasn't trustworthy of the people who were joining, and it ended in his demise over 30 pieces of silver. He was killed because some guy gave him up for 30 pieces of silver and betrayed him. So it makes sense why there was this kind of idea that you kind of have to join the brotherhood through kind of a acceptance, right? Or a what do they call it when you're in a fraternity or whatever, or
like an orientation kind of.
Yeah, I forget what it's called, but you have to do something in order to join up.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But it's in the same sense, and so back then I see the idea of it. What's that? Initiation.
Initiation.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But in the same sense, when you look at it today, the fact is if we're not able to reach somebody and we're not able to spread that, and there's so many people now, then at that point wouldn't all of those people die? Like, I don't think Jesus would want those people to die, right? I think he did it because he was trying to gather a following. But the people who didn't even know him, he wouldn't just say that those people deserve to die and go to hell, right? I mean, if you look at his moral basis, I don't think he would even think that's okay.
What about people who, like, I don't know, because, like, what I've kind of come to the conclusion of is that you only need to do one thing to be saved. That's it. And that one thing is believe in Jesus and that he rose on the third day and, you know, he died for our sins. That's it. That's all you have to believe. You have to believe he exists. You have to just put your faith into him that he died for your sins.
I feel differently, though. And the only reason is if you look at Eastern version of Christianity, Jesus talked about how you had the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but it was through chakras in your body, and it was through meditation, and that you would connect with everybody around you and what's going on with you. So you are part of this world, and the world is part of you, but it's all part of a bigger power. So the theology, like, I don't know which one is right, but the idea that if you don't do one thing, then you can't, is just the idea that what about a baby who dies in the womb and never heard the word of Jesus and didn't even have the opportunity to say, oh, maybe this guy's possible or maybe not.
Well, they have a buy because they have like same with like people that don't ever speak English, like those little tribes. They have like a pass too because
what if they're mass murderers? What if they're cannibals? What if they eat their own people?
They've never heard the gospel.
So they get a pass and they get to come to heaven and be cannibals and
not be cannibals.
But they wouldn't know any different. They would be savage, right?
I don't think so. Because
so what's the difference of letting somebody into heaven who killed multiple people and who still believes in God? So say you go on a mass spree and you believe in God and you know the name of God and you believe that, but you killed multiple people, you raped people, did the most despicable things, do you still get accepted?
I mean, because that's where it's just kind of like we don't know.
What
Because like
I would still
like here because I used to be like that.
I would bring it to
then, like,
moral.
I surrounded myself.
I would bring it
with
to
people
morals. I would bring it to morals. So no matter what, it's all based on what you do. And there's a general moral basis between all religions that we can all kind of agree that you probably shouldn't touch little kids, that you probably shouldn't kill your neighbor, you probably shouldn't steal, right? I mean, there's a general moral basis that we've all kind of gathered worldwide. And that we kind of debate on what's right and what's wrong further. And you bring it to Mormons who have multiple wives and the age of those wives, but the difference really when it comes down to, like, every one of them is not much when you look at a base level moral. You know what I mean? That it's really determined on morals, and then where those morals kind of expand and differ. So, like, you shouldn't lie, but in some it's like, well, someone had to lie in order to progress, so we allowed it here. Well, it's like, I don't know really what you're saying then. Like, I don't know.
So you believe that if you're just a good person, you're gonna go to heaven?
Well, not if you're just a good person, because there's also the fact that you could be just a good person, but do bad things, in a sense that some people think that you're doing good, but others think you're doing bad. So it's being a good person and being also accepting of other people. Like, they have free will as well. So you have your free will, but, you know, being a good person could be killing a mass murderer, right? But you just killed somebody. So, I mean, if you kill somebody, are you doing something wrong? Like, based off the Bible, you're not supposed to kill somebody. So, regardless of what he did, but people kill people, and they say it's in the name of the Bible. So, I mean, I don't understand where your where your Bible stands, but the fact is I don't think you should kill people, and most people don't. And so
I don't think you should kill people.
and it's such a weird thing, man. When you break down every little level of it, it's really like, it's not as easy said as done, but definitely has a general kind of idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll check you out on YouTube, because I'm in a Discord server, and it's like a Star Wars Discord server. And if you have videos like that are like on about religion and stuff, I'm gonna like show that, because like I said, I used to believe that. Well, I used to believe that. Like,
I'm just doing this tonight. I do a lot of Omegle, a lot of political stuff, and this is just. I was watching a protest earlier, and I'm like, dude, this is like way too much. I need to think if people are still like, if they have a heart, if they're still thinking about, you know, the general populace. Like,
how do you feel? Do you lean left or do you lean right?
I mean, like.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I saw it. How do you feel about immigration?
What about it?
Do you think that people should be able to immigrate into the country?
Yeah, of course. Do you know that the Americas, or the United States, allows more immigrants than any other country combined, and that more people want to come to the U.S. than any other country out there?
Do you think that's okay?
Oh, I think it's 100% okay. The idea is why they want to come here, right? And why they want to come here is because it's great. And when you do it illegally, and you do it and you funnel money back and take from America, then it takes away from it. So illegal immigration is where I differ. And so,
do you think it should be easier to become a citizen?
No. No, I think so many people around the world want to come here that it should be vetted to be, you know, the people who are actually trying the hardest. And it would be basically, you know, a like a hierarchy, you know, not necessarily, but in sense, you know, if you really want to come here, you can work really hard and get here and do the right things to do it. If you're poverty, and I mean, we still, on a general basis, from my understanding, allow from other countries, not based off of just who's the best, but off of those countries. Even though they're the most poverty, we're going to look at their population and get the best out of even their population, right? So, I mean, it's at the end of the day, the best succeeds. Even in a small community, if there's 5 people all trying to come and only one gets it, it's the guy who won the race, right? Like, so.
Yeah, like I don't completely agree with that either. I mean, I'm an open border person. I just think that we should allow whoever in, but as long as we know who they are.
Do you see the dangers of that, though?
Yeah.
That right now, we don't have a lot of businesses open. The unemployment rates we talk about every year.
Yeah, but they pay taxes.
No,
Yeah,
but
if
our
they make an
unemployment
income in the
rates.
United States.
But there's people in the U.S. that don't have jobs, that don't have money, right? And
Why?
so when you allow other people to come in, well, now it's even more spread out to where you have more
Or why?
people.
Why do people not have jobs?
No, that don't have jobs.
No. Why do people not have jobs?
Good question. There's a lot of different variables that go into why you don't have a job. Majority of it is that there's not a job available.
Or what?
I mean, if you want to look at the big business aspect of it, or if you want to look,
So I guess where I'm going with this is just like pick a specific one.
I mean,
because more people means more jobs, right?
not necessarily. Especially when you're not producing anything. More people doesn't mean more jobs, because where do the jobs come from?
The people.
And how do they create them?
With a need, with a demand, a supply and demand.
And when
more
everybody
people means more demand.
When everybody's creating it, or when everybody's trying to, or when one company does it so good that they're not allowing the others.
Well, that's monopoly, right?
Yeah, that's what we live in. So I mean, look at Amazon. I mean, look at all Walmart. Look at Fry's, Kroger.
With more people, I just feel like, okay, if we have more citizens, that means Walmarts are gonna have to be higher staffed.
No.
Because they have to stock more, and then the companies that Walmart buys from, the more.
You're
more
saying
product,
production just happens though. Where does the production come from?
whatever makes it, like whether it's the farm or.
And if there's not enough of it because everybody's buying it, you can't just create it out of thin air. It's gonna deplete. So I mean,
Yeah, it'll deplete, but that's why you'll have more people.
You're talking supply and demand, and right now with our immigration, we have it kind of worked out to where we allow in as many people as our supply allows, dependent on our demand. If we allowed an open border, the supply would not go through the roof, but the demand would. So everybody goes out and buys everything, and there's no supply. And then when everybody goes and looks for a job, there's no change in the business because nobody has anything, because they just bought everything, and there's nothing to buy and nowhere to get a job to actually make something and become greater and have opportunity and build your way up. So right now, the way we have it, it's the American dream, is because we have an American dream and we are doing it, right? When we allow everybody to do it, but now everybody has the American dream, but there's no supply because everybody's.
Where does the supply come from?
Well, the supply comes to the people in the country already, and if you have a demand come in, it's a massive demand, but there's no supply because we're only supplying
what we.
now in the country. Yeah, we're supplying for what's in the
See what
country.
I mean?
No, we're supplying for what's in the country right now, right?
Yeah.
And if a mass amount of people come into our country, we don't have enough to supply for everybody at that point. So we're already depleted. Now that these people are here and they are able to go and supply something, why did they come here? Well, they don't have anything. They want to do better, right?
Do you think they would hire more people?
No, they're looking for opportunity, right? So they can't go and create anything. So they're going to try to get a job. But when they try to get a job, there's nothing to supply because the jobs are already filled in America.
But the companies will need more people.
Based off of what?
Right? Based on the demand, because you said the demand would go up.
So the companies would have to expand, correct?
Yeah.
And how do they expand when they only had so much supply based on the demand that was needed? They would have to ramp up business, right? Invest in more factories, push entire big business across the nation more so monopolized, because on a small scale.
Depending on what it is, because
well, food.
It just depends on who supports small businesses. And
think about food.
Yeah. Okay. Food.
So look at food.
What about it? Like the farmers will have to maybe hire more people.
We have enough food for our country right now. Well, we have an overabundance of food. Maybe not the best situation, but I mean, the fact is when people come in, the supply will not meet the demand. And yes, we can ramp it up, but it's not going to happen overnight. So when you open borders, that overnight people will come to
Well,
America.
not everybody's gonna come in the same day.
You don't think
Over
everybody?
time, more people will come.
Yeah, and you don't think that's going to hurt the economy as it goes to where we need more, and more influx in, more and more jobs are needed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, it's going to bring it down to a level where it's not that it's the American dream anymore. It's a common base level because everybody has the opportunity. I mean,
Yeah.
it's an opportunity.
Shouldn't everybody have an opportunity?
I mean, yes, they should. And I agree that if I was in Mexico, I would hop the border and try to do it myself illegally.
Yeah.
But the fact is we have it and everybody loves it because of what it is. And if we change it into something different, it's not going to be what it is. So our opportunity is an opportunity that we have and people all around the world have. And when people do it illegally, they take the opportunity from those people who are coming from all around the world.
Legally.
Yeah.
You're right. When do they do it illegally? But what if we make it easier?
Well, that's the
So they
issue.
don't have to do it illegally. 'Cause
When you
that's
make
the
it
thing.
easier, that's what I'm bringing economics. So open borders, no way, right? But to make it possibly a little bit easier, well, to be dependent on what you're looking at, because when you look at the amount of spies that we've had in our country in the last 4 years, stealing all of our information.
Well, we do it to them too. Like everybody.
No, we don't. When you look at why China,
so.
when you look at why China and Russia both come and steal our stuff, and why we hear about it here and we don't hear about it there, the real reason is capitalism creates innovation. Communism creates production. So communists can produce stuff really well. They have a lot of people and they put them on a line and everybody do one thing and you all do this. And that's your life. You're in a box. You're going to do this, and that's communism, right? We're all the same. We're all going to do the same thing, and that's it, right? With capitalism, you have a guy go and create a company, right? And then this guy says, that's a really good idea. And he's like, I'm going to try to do the same thing. Now you have two companies doing the same thing. Well, this guy's like, I have to do something better. And he's like, well, dude, he did something better. I have to try to top him. And so they get this compete to where each business is now competing against each other to create the factory line to do better things. And so when you look at like the technology, I mean, they are ramped up in it, but they're very knowledgeable in the base level of it. They just haven't expanded on it. And the expansion comes from people in America creating different ideas and doing different things. That's why we have the biggest social networks. That's why we basically taken over the internet, is because the innovation through capitalism. It's just when you have one guy doing one thing and he's making money, somebody says, dude, I could do that better. And then you have a dude doing the same exact thing. And it's like, well, dude, this guy's doing the same thing. How do we change? And we want to get better each time. And with communism, that doesn't work because we're all creating the same thing. That's at the end of the day, we live the same life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
I don't know. Because I think that, like, I might not be, like, being clear. Like, I don't know, because I just, all right. So basically, I guess one of the reason, well, I don't know. I guess I just might not be being clear, because, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, if we allow more people into the country, therefore, for example, I'm just going to say something specific. All right, McDonald's. All right, fast food. More people are going to need to eat, right? So guess who's going to get busy? Fast food restaurants, right? So the fast food restaurants are going to need to hire more people, right?
no, not necessarily. They're moving towards automation now. And that's the
Well,
top
they
job.
are.
That's one of the top jobs in America. I think about 70% of America works at fast food or minimum wage jobs. They can be replaced by a robot. So,
Well, I mean, that was just an example, but like,
what you're talking is more jobs, but jobs aren't being created right now. Automation is being created right now. They're taking away jobs. They're raising the minimum wage. What do you think the minimum wage being raised is going to do? You look at some companies who are barely able to afford their employees at the moment, and that's their biggest. If you look at a small business, the biggest expense is actually paying their employee. Not their product, not what they're actually selling, not anything but the employee and paying that actual person.
A small business, I believe.
Yeah, so every small business is going to be taken out, and it's all going to be big business. So you're going to have
Big businesses. Their biggest is the like the cost of the goods.
You're going to have a monopolistic to where you can never do anything better than get a job at Walmart and be a manager. To where you can never move up the chain, because what are you going to create that Walmart can't create? What are you going to do?
I mean,
Like, that's the real. They're going to do everything at the end of the day better than you and cheaper. So what do you have to offer? You don't have big machinery. I mean, you can draw something. They can't create art. So it's going to go to innovation of being artistic, and that's basically the only thing we have left at the end of the day, is to be artistic and express ourselves. Because when you create something, at the end of the day, they can create it better and cheaper. And the reason they are able to is because of where they buy it from, where they get their product, and they charge people 16 cents an hour in communist China to create stuff. So I mean, the entire downfall as of the argument would be that, yes, I understand, like, people should be able to come here, and it is, but when you look at the American dream and the fact that we're already losing the grasp of it, and then you allow more people, when people are barely getting by here, not barely, but I mean on the lower end, and not barely even on that sense, because we're if you make $30,000 or more, you're in the 1% of the entire world. But I mean, to think, what would the outcome of that be? And the outcome would be that innovation would be diminished, in my opinion. And I think that's really what helps everybody around the world. If we can create medicine that we can give in Africa to help people over there, I mean, we could do that. If we can go and fund different things to help different countries, I mean, help everybody around the world through innovation, or somebody like Elon Musk goes and releases all of his battery patents to go and create an electric car, and like, that's cool, dude. Like, he made a bunch of money. He's a big fucking popular dude, and he's living good, and he wants to give it to everybody else. So I mean, he wouldn't have been able to do that if he was fighting to get a job somewhere. You know what I mean? I don't know, or I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just when everybody's fighting to get a job, you're fighting for the lowest level job, and who's at the top of that? It's not that you're making anything anymore. You're fighting to get a job to have something to survive.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like if they did raise the minimum wage, it wouldn't really have a big of an impact as we think it will.
Why not?
Because the only reason I feel like companies would raise their prices of like goods and stuff is because like they don't have to.
Well, not the rising the prices of goods, but rising the prices of or lowering the amount of hours, on sense. So basically,
not even that, because a lot of companies, like I can actually use specifics. So I work at Panda. On average, they make about $70 an hour on this.
Mm-hmm.
70.
You guys make benefits?
We do.
So you don't make
some.
So you don't make that amount. You actually make more because benefits cost money.
Mm-hmm.
So
for some people,
I'll put it in.
The only people who really do is the full-time people.
Well, that's my point, right? So those full-time people would not be full-time anymore, is my point. So at Costco, I worked at Costco, right? And I made I think it was $13 an hour when I started, but with all the benefits added up, they were the number 2 rated company in the U.S. and it was an extra $22 an hour in benefits. So if I got hurt, anything happened to me, and I needed to go to the doctor, really good benefits. Now, when you look into that fact,
They take that out of your paycheck?
No, it's something that's added as a full-time employee. So you get.
So they never charged you like X amount of money a month for insurance.
No, yeah. It was provided as a benefit to the company. If you work there, they would pay for the insurance. So it would show what you were getting, how much it costed, and the fact was it averaged out to about an extra $22 an hour, 18 to 22 depending on the benefits you got, but they were really good benefits for the price that you were paying. Some of it you would pay for out of your paycheck, like extra stuff, like little things like eye or dental, which isn't like actual healthcare, but just the base minimum was like 18 to 22 extra on top of your paycheck. So the difference would be they would cut it down to where they're not paying that 18 to 22 anymore, right? Allowing for an extra $2 to be put to the employee's paycheck, taking away the benefits so that they're able to pay everybody in the
You
warehouse.
think that would happen?
100%. Why wouldn't it? They would die if not, because at that point, say you're getting paid right as a somebody making minimum wage, and then you have benefits as well. You get paid $10 an hour, let's say, and then your benefits are an extra $10 an hour, right? So at that point, they're paying $20 an hour per employee, who's full time. For the people who are part time, they're only paying $10 an hour. They don't have to pay all that extra BS, right? So then the minimum wage gets raised to 15. Now they can decide to pay $25 an hour per employee who is full-time, or they can make the decision to hire 2 part-time employees, paying the same thing, which would be $20 an hour, because you have 10 and 10, and then not have any benefits involved. So the difference would be saving $5 an hour when you base that on a yearly salary, when you have 5 employees. It's a lot of money at that point. It's going to be a big hit onto a company who's barely getting by. So the places who are barely getting by, it is going to happen 100%. The places who are able to afford it, they will do it. So, I mean, there is going to be a huge issue regardless with the places that aren't able to afford it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like I saw this thing that said like minimum wage was keeping up with inflation until the 70s.
Oh, no, that's definitely an issue, the inflation. But
then inflation continued going up and minimum wage stopped.
And at the same time, what do they say? 600 billion is not enough money. We need to do 1.9 trillion. You know what the crazy
You're
thing
right.
about government is? Government doesn't
They just spend more money.
They don't produce anything. So they spend money, but they don't produce anything. All of their money, why they're billions and millionaires, yes, they invested some of it, but you paid it to them. All of that money that you pay towards taxes, that goes to the government and their paychecks.
And then we don't even pay them enough taxes to cover their bill. That's the thing. It's crazy. It is crazy. That's crazy.
So is inflation the issue that we're not getting paid enough, or how much we're spending?
I think it's both, but I think it's more of how much we're spending.
I mean, the idea I could bring it to opportunity zones, which Donald Trump put through, that was based on a bill in the 1970s that was called like redlining. Basically, real estate agents would go into areas and put a red line around the area and tell people that don't hire basically black businesses or low income. It's too high of a risk, is what they said. Could have been racist, whatever, but it's outlawed in the 90s. And then just recently, a couple years back, Donald Trump did opportunity zones, which would be basically we're going to go into these areas that are ran down. We're going to give them federal funding to build a business and actually build up a community to start spending in this area. And as spending happens, we'll get taxes out of it. So, I mean, there is a good idea behind it. But when the taxes aren't going to the right area, like not going towards actually building a business, but taxing it to where it's not able to survive, right? I mean,
yeah. So, because this is something I learned, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. How do you feel about us interfering in foreign affairs?
Oh, dude, I loved it.
Do you think we should be kind of like? Do you think we should be like?
Oh wait, foreign affairs, like foreign exchange or
countries?
Affairs, not like. Okay, so the way
Do
I
you
put
think
it,
we should be getting involved in other countries' wars and stuff?
wars. Depends on how bad it gets. I mean, you look at like World War II. I mean, we got kind of pulled into it, but we should have entered a little sooner.
Okay, all right. That's what I was about to ask, because a lot of times they're like, no, we should just mind our own business, and then
That's what I mostly stay to.
rebuttal.
That's what I would
And my
mostly
re-
stay to.
Yeah, but my rebuttal would have been, well, what about whenever they're like committing genocide?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point?
Yeah,
So at this point, let me ask you this: Donald Trump, right before he left office, determined that China is committing genocide on the Uyghur Muslims, which
That's what they talked about. That's what we were talking about that night whenever we were talking about, because I used to be like, no, we shouldn't be going into other countries, and then they were saying they they brought that up
well,
because
let me put the dangerous thing going into another country. Okay, so the Cold War was based off of nukes. We are so powerful now that the reason why we haven't gone through war in so long, I believe, is because people don't want to fuck with us because we have nukes.
I feel like everybody does.
Exactly. So nobody wants to fuck with anybody now, and it's a
Now
standoff.
it really is all about like diplomacy, because we all know that if we actually fight,
Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you listen to Jordan Peterson.
I know who he is.
But he basically put it like this: like he's like, maybe it was a good thing. Maybe we need something so scary that we needed it, like, to really like just kind of tell us like, no, like this is way too much. Like, you know what I mean?
Which, I mean, who knows? Even though like we dropped nukes and stuff, and it killed so
He
many
dropped a
people,
hydrogen bomb, not a nuke. It was atomic bomb.
You're right. But like the destruction of a nuke, like people know how bad it is, and how much it could actually hurt, and maybe how many lives has that saved since that's been a thing.
Yeah.
Because we could literally have had a World War III if there was no nukes, and it would have involved guns, tanks, all that stuff. Millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people could have died.
100%, man.
Because of nukes. Because eventually, if somebody's about to lose, and they're at war, they're gonna drop a nuke. They don't give a fuck. They're about to lose.
Did you hear about the possibility that there was a man in Russia who got the call to actually press the button and he denied it, and he got like arrested for it, but he didn't press the button, and if he would have, like, so that's the really the scary part, right? I mean,
The thing is though, we have so many anti-nuclear defenses that if somebody actually did shoot a nuke at us, we would blow it up in the sky.
what do you think about California mass exodus and clearing up our border?
Mass exodus clearing up our border.
You don't think there's a mass exodus happening in California right now? You know what the new legislation put out? That you have to pay taxes if you stay there more than 3 months through California. You have to pay taxes for the next 10 years. They're trying to repeal Prop 206, which was civil rights.
I'm not in California.
I'm just saying, there's a max exodus happening in California. The price of taxes just went up like 16%. So it's like 36% property tax now. You haven't heard about all of the celebrities and everybody moving out of California? Like Joe Rogan? Tesla? I mean, Tesla the company, but Elon Musk as well?
Yeah, I used to be really into that. But then, like, as I got, I don't know, just I started feeling like I could know all this stuff, and I do know all this stuff, but like, it just sucks, and will I be able to do anything about it other than because I don't know, it's like the rich people are rich, and they just like, and like the government obviously does a bunch of shady stuff, like
Dude,
mind control.
You gotta have some
Like,
courage, man.
Here, do you believe the
Have
world's
some
flat?
courage, man. Like, you believe in God. You feel like a.
Here's the real question now. Do you think the world's flat?
No.
No.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
It says it in the Bible.
Okay, is that your only proof?
I mean,
It also says there's a talking snake in the Bible, and God created the earth in 7 days. So, are we gonna take it literally, or are we gonna take it
yes,
on a
it was
theology?
created in 7 days.
What's a day to
I
God?
don't. However long you said it is.
And talking snakes, what happened to those?
Hmm.
What about angels?
What do you mean? What about angels?
What about Dante's Inferno? You think purgatory's real and 7 layers of hell and like there's a lot of stuff that different Bibles say. I'm just saying like when you take one little thing and say that's why it's real, like you're saying
for
the whole
example, it
Bible is
talks
real
about
as
the
well?
firmament. We're in a big dome.
Okay, so a dome, it's not flat then.
No, it is flat. But there's like a dome called the firmament over it.
The firmament. Okay, you want me to tell you the one way that I can disprove all your theory?
Don't say gravity.
Nope. I won't say
'Cause
gravity.
gravity's not real. Okay, why?
Oh no, gravity is real. It's just not a constant. And they say it's a constant, and they put a constant number on it, and that's the only way that gravity is disproven, is because it's not a constant. But let me say this: if you look up your map of your Terra dome, it shows where all of the planets would be placed, right?
The planets aren't real.
No, not the planets. I'm sorry, all of the continents.
Yeah.
If you look at your map, right, the farthest trip in the world would be from the tip of South America to Australia, which isn't true. So now, when we take that theory into consideration, which was brought into the World Conservation or convention that they had on flat Earth theory, which had over 2,500 people who went to it, and it was all the top people who were in the society. When that theory was brought forward, their new theory is there's about 2 billion people who are in on it, flying planes, telling people that it's a different time than it actually is.
Pilots know about it. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not. It's okay. I know it's crazy. But you know. But yeah.
And how come you never heard about it from one of these pilots? None of them want to come out and say anything?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I mean, you seen Project Veritas?
Yeah.
Maybe you should contact that dude and see if you can get some flat Earth theory.
What about,
even if you look at the top scientists and how they've actually theorized it, one of them spent $20,000 on a device to see the gravitational pull that the Earth actually has to disprove it, which is supposed to be 0.015, or yeah, 0.015, about 1500s. And when they did it, or 0.51, 1500s, when they did it, and they bought this machine because someone donated enough to go and buy it in their community, surprisingly, it actually did it. And so what they thought is, okay, let's put it into a small device that wouldn't take what's coming from the outside of the Earth, because they thought that it was the solar system at this point is moving, and it's picking up the solar system's drag. So if they put it into a device to actually stop the drag of the Earth, then they'd be able to determine it. But that didn't work either. It did the same thing. And so now they want to go.
I'm sorry. I pulled up this because I wanted.
Hell yeah, dude.
But yeah. Okay, you can continue.
And then if you also look at the theory, okay, so the theory is that basically as you look along, that it doesn't actually change in elevation with the tilt, right?
Yeah, see, I saw. So there's a movie about that. And
It
they
shows like
just-
guys with a flashlight and they're putting it through a hole. Yeah, they debunked themselves again. So
They did, but
2 times that they did it, and then that's why it came to the theory where people are in on it, and it's a conspiracy where now about, I would say 2 million people at least are in on this, compared to the pilots around the world who would be actually determining the flights and everybody who would know about the flight logs and the people directing traffic control. I mean, their families if they told them. So I mean, it goes really deep at that point to say that.
Well, have you seen those videos of the planes just sitting still?
What kind of plane is it?
No, like it's a plane in the air, and it just stops. That's why flights take so long.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I mean,
I don't know.
there's definitely edited videos, so I'm gonna say that.
Just if you, I think if you just put planes in air, not
you know what the issue is here. So let me put it to you like this, man. The issue with your whole theory is that you can't go into the Antarctic, and that's really everybody's concern.
can.
Yeah, and that's really where your concern is. And
Yeah, we can't go into the Antarctic.
yeah, and if you look into the reason why and the story behind that, and then the ancients and what they talked about, and cultures way before we were, which would make more sense to look into them because they would be talking about a flat earth as well. But what they talk about is a solar system, a 4-planet alignment. And when those 4 planets were aligned, before we were in the sun's atmosphere, because when we came in with the sun had such a big gravitational pull that it sucked us in. But before that, we were in a 4-planet alignment. And basically, when you were standing at the tip of the North Pole, it was like a beam me up, Scotty, and you'd be able to go to the next planet and go to the next one and go to the next one. It was like an intergalactic kind of chain. And there's pictures to kind of depict other gods and stuff like that. But this is what the ancients say. Now, when we bring that into the idea of fucking where we are, and I forgot what we were talking about.
The 4-planet alignment.
No,
beam
but
me up, Scott.
What were we talking before that though?
The Antarctica. Why we can't go?
Okay,
anywhere.
yeah. So Antarctica. So if it would be the North Pole, right? That would be the place where it'd be a beam me up, Scotty, right? Now, when we found out about Antarctica and we actually sailed over to it, it was very cold and we didn't know a lot about it. A lot of people went and explored it, and then it came to a point where we basically had an international pact. Once we did more so start exploring it, and supposedly Nazi Germany went and explored a lot of it. The Russians explored a lot of it, and we explored a lot of it. Now, there's a story that came about that's from a pilot that was from the U.S., and basically this pilot was very well known, and he was a World War I veteran, basically, and very renowned. Now, he went into the Antarctic, and he explained a story that basically he went into the Antarctic, he was flying, and he dove down into the center of the Earth. And then as he went down, it almost flipped him upside down, and it was a different plane, and then it went to like a jungle, and to a desert, and then to another ocean. And like with a beach and stuff, and he was in the Antarctic, so he's like, what the hell? And he turned around, and he went back, because he's like, I don't want to get lost, and his thing was freaking out. But his story was basically that he went into the Earth and went around. Now, if you look at the stories of the ancients, they all talk about, you can kind of best depict it as the man in the maze. Have you ever seen the little man and that has like this maze going around him? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
It's like an Indian thing. Well, the idea would be that there's different layers, and then at the very center, that's where kind of life is created, and it all expands out and goes out. So, I mean, the idea would be that he flew into one of the layers, right? And right after this, it was completely banned where nobody can actually go into it. He was deemed as a crazy man, even though he was kind of a renowned person worldwide. And the entire story is, kind of revolved around the idea you can't go into the Antarctic. But when you look into it, actually, people did go into it. And when they explored it, it was the fact that it was a world that went into itself. So, I mean, he went into the Antarctic. So, I mean, like, it's weird shit. And then just recently they found Mars rocks. I think like 5 or 6 days ago they found Martian rock in the Antarctic, like there's more and more shit coming out. Supposedly there's pyramids in the Antarctic. Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on over there. And if there was a hole that went into the Earth that we don't know a lot
That's where it
about,
would be.
yeah. So the idea is kind of outlandish to say that it's flat when you look at all of the history of the ancients and you look at their theories and what they were talking about, and then what we're actually experiencing. You can kind of relate the two.
Yeah, like, see, I'm 60-40.
Yeah, no, at
I'm
least
60
at least
so
you're
I'm
not
not
100%, but
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who are. But,
well, I mean, at least you're thinking about it. You know what I mean?
mhm. Yeah, because I just don't trust, I guess, anybody. Like, well, like, unless if I see it myself, which isn't really good. I like, but yeah, all right. Well, this was a good talk.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
learned, you learned, I think. You know, had a good time.
The chat's freaking out. Start healing, spread truth. Vril and Hannibal real. Pyramids, in my opinion, are big land markings, so UFOs know where to go or land. Nah, I think they were power sources. They were like, before we had a sun, it was the fact that we didn't have light structure on certain sides of the earth at different times. When you look at the ancients, the way they depicted different planets, it'd be a planet and then have like another planet right here and another planet right there. And it'd have like a big
Wouldn't
aura.
that like disprove God?
What's that?
Wouldn't that like disprove God and stuff?
No, because where did it come from?
Yeah.
You're still thinking the outcome. Like, you're saying that the outcome is the entire part of what he says, and that would disprove his point. Well, it doesn't disprove the point that we're still here and that he could have created it all, right? Or someone could have. Not he or she, whatever it is. I don't think it's a he or she. I think that's a way for us to continue. All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night.
You as well,
Hopefully, no, just keep spreading the word.
I do different shit. It's usually MAGA hat reactions, talking about politics and shit, but I want to talk about God because there's people rioting again tonight. Well, not rioting, but they were protesting Bill de Blasio, so.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Later, man.
All right. Peace out.
All right, let me read here. You guys got a lot. Flying saucers in Queen Maudland, Antarctica. What? What if you flew into an AI simulation? That would mean that there would be a big AI simulation that just happened. That would be weird. But he said he flew into a hole and it flipped upside down. So, I mean, the way he explains it is kind of what the ancients would say, because they say there is basically ways to get in, and they talk about elementals coming out of them, crazy shit. So when all the ice melts, they wake up. Oh shit, who's they? And Project the Navy, not NASA. Masons, I've heard. His whole flight is in audio. Oh my god, I did not know that. Yeah, put that link in Discord. I want to hear that audio. And the maps appear as it shows, suppose, the civilization they live there. It's a possibility. I was just looking the other day. I forget who I was talking to, but if you look out into the middle of the Antarctic, I think it is. It's ocean between. Is it the Atlantic? The ocean between Africa and fucking the U.S. Like, where they basically would have the idea that Atlantis would be there. I was talking to a guy and he said that his family was from there, and that they think that they're Atlanteans. Basically, they talk about their culture there, but it's like literally out in the middle of nowhere, right out in the middle of the ocean. There's little tiny islands out there. I forget what they're called, but it's interesting to see little tiny mountains out there. But then to say that, you know, there's a civilization also living in Antarctica. I mean, it could have been a whole different fucking world, I guess. Press charges against Bill Gates for conspiring to commit genocide. Bill Gates and Fauci? No. That's to say that the vaccines to commit genocide, and that's a far stretch in court. When they have immunity based off of a law that they also created back in the day, that gives them immunity. So it's pretty much not possible. If you went and did it through what are they called, the Nuremberg laws, even then it'd probably be hard to pose, because they would probably cite the World Health Organization, which would also cite the vaccine's okay. So definitely a hard one to prove. Pyramids are old ass bunkers to protect. Oh. Where did it go? Monkey. Mike's out. My boy, Monkey, what's up? Here's a pic of pyramids drawn as actual UFOs. Monkey, I have copper pyramid. You're supposed to put items under, or your head under. Your channel growing fast. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I love it. Get more and more people to talk to. You guys all have good points of view. I hope you enjoy it. If you do, don't forget to hit that like button. Go comment on one of the videos after this. Helps with the algorithms, and we'll grow faster, and we'll get more people talking, and we'll have a good time. And sometimes I might look dumb, so don't make fun of me. Also talks about the Egertonian got a munchkin kind of like satellite, which goes up and takes pictures of the curve of the world. Yeah, they also did that. Lost money on that one as well. Another guy tried to go up into space. His rocket ship blew up. Super sad. What? I don't even understand why he did it, because they had already sent something up and actually took pictures, but they said it was fake and they're being manipulated. So yes, well, the Greys reptilians come from Orion Empire. There's giant ice walls in the ocean. Monkey, can you talk more stuff like this? This crazy stuff. We're talking God, man. I was trying to get on a God stream. I wanted to make sure that people still believed in God, and it seems we get to aliens, and when people don't believe in God. And the idea of that, it's definitely interesting stuff. Not to say it's all factual. I wouldn't take it 100% fact. You got to look into what you're looking at, and then even where it's sourced and where they're getting their information. And it's a deep hole. A lot of it has truth to it, is what I'll say. Like, at least there was a story that was that, right? So I don't know. To keep the water intact, they found a lack of mercury under a pyramid of Mexico. A lake of mercury, yeah. Did you hear about the little boy, or the high school kid who basically went and not the little boy, yeah, he's a high school kid, I'm pretty sure, a little bit older. He went and coordinated all of the pyramids and mapped them out, and then basically tried to make a pattern out of it, and found that there could have been a pyramid in another spot, and it looked like there should have been. Based off of his math, he found another pyramid out in the Amazon. Like, just found one, like, hey, there's a pyramid over here. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, like, you know, we got 7 world wonders. Here's number 8, 8th world wonder. Monoatomic mercury gives you crazy abilities, like walk through walls and shit. Did you flat Earth? No, he's not. Oh, it's going. You guys are going. Alright, I gotta jump back in. The Vance Maga is insane. Suppose. Oh shit, wrong one to read. As Kundalini Chi, I was practicing telekinesis. Won't be in and out in time. Well, when discussing God, make sure you point out difference between source God inside of us that we connect to in meditation, real creator. I get to the idea that we ourselves are a miracle. So, in a sense, I do kind of touch on that because in basis, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is, yeah, we're a miracle. Like the fact that you're here, and you should be thankful for that and look into that as the reason why you should do better because you got a chance and you're here. So the name, I don't know what that is. It has DOD in it. The letter hate consists out of what? Oh my god, dude. Start healing, spread shoes. Chill, dude. I don't know what that means. What? External fake gods outside of your body that demand worship. No, yeah, I'm talking just overall higher power. False idols, and it was told in the Bible not to worship, so we don't know much. And to put a name on it almost seems falsified, so. Coming from the next generation kids, my grandchildren. D what? Crazy man, I didn't hear that. Eat your grandchildren? Nazi Germany was messing with monatomic mercury and whatnot. I wouldn't doubt that. Distro red hair, blue eyes. You know what's crazy about red hair and blue eyes? If you look at majority of where it comes from, even like German Shepherds or Australian cattle dogs, they all have this kind of red tint to them. Red fur, and then at the same time, the blue kind of piercing eyes. It's a weird connection, but when you look at just the region, what came out, and then Irish people, they're over in that same kind of area. I mean, it's definitely prominent more so in that area now. So it's kind of spread out in the world, but where it generated from based on what we call certain things, like even the like animals that we have. It's kind of interesting. I mean, you got the red foxes over in that area too. I mean, it's cool. I like it, but it shows a little bit that it's a genetic thing that's over there for some reason. This is why Indians worship white people with red hair as gods. All 4 of my children. I got a little bit of red hair. No, don't worship. I think that can be debatable. A lot of what I hear also is that they worship an old white man in a robe who came down and told their people to go into the mountains and protect themselves from an event. A tall old white man with a beard and a robe. The long-term effects of Bill Gates' gene drive mass extinction technology vaccine it's been tested in the last 6 months, but I mean, it's been tested, just not as much as it should have been possibly. And it can potentially wipe out all species, 170 global groups, moratorium on the ban CRISPR. I've heard the idea that basically we don't know what the long-term effect could be, and then if we pass this genetically, it could possibly affect birthing. So I've heard that. By the way, the Star of David has been lifted from the 6,000-year-old holy Hindu Dravidian symbol of Anahata, heart chakra. YDK for real. Oh, my bad. What's good? My friend from Ireland got married to an Indian woman in India, and they got him riding an elephant and threw a huge festival for him. Hell yeah. That's cool. We can try to change we wish to see in the... We could try to be the change we wish to see in the world. 100% agree. In Moldova, they say it's from a meteorite that hit the Earth 14 million years ago, made red hair, blue eyes. It's called Moldavite. I got the blue eyes too, a little bit of red hair. I mean, you can kind of see, I guess. It's Moldova. They say. Oh yeah, I just read that. Gates admitted himself they've never made a vaccine in less than 5 years. Yeah, I mean, it's unprecedented. It's a miracle, is what they're saying. It's a health miracle that we were able to do so. When you ramp it up and dedicate the entire world on it, I mean, it can be done. Most estimates was saying that it would take 20. I mean, not 20. It would take more than a year. But some were saying 20. So it's definitely something that we should probably look into a little bit more before going on a mass. But if they approve it, I mean, I'm not the scientist. I don't know what they're approving it off of, and I would just bring it to that. And then at the same time, what are your risk levels? So you get the flu shot because it's a general thing that people get the flu, but is it a general thing that you get COVID and something bad happens? I mean, that's the real question. Like, the flu shot you take because of the flu, and at that point you don't want to get the flu, I guess. So okay, if you don't want to get the COVID, I mean, you could take the COVID test, but you don't know the outcome, so there's a risk. And then at the same time, it won't change anything. You're still gonna have to go through everything the same. As far as lockdowns and masks, which they just came out with recently. I mean, it's fuck, dude. Hampi Blackstone Shiva Lingam was so powerful, sages, indigo children, with 12-strand DNA and the king-size pineal glands. The reason scientists are warning about the vaccine is the gene drive extinction technology, not biblical BS or ideas. The scientists are warning about it, but others are saying it's okay. I mean, I've heard lots of theories about it. The idea that it's an RNA vaccine that we've never tried, that's what I would just look at, is we don't know a lot about it. And the long-term effects haven't been tested. The short-term effects have, and it works, which is good if you are possibly going to die from the coronavirus. So it's a hard one, because there is a actual coronavirus and people are actually dying in a sense, right? So the people who are dying, it's a small amount. If they do take a vaccine that helps them not die from that, but 20 years from then, I mean, who knows? We wouldn't know yet. Or whoever. Wait, what? That's a great story of Enkai. The flu shot is what causes flu season. Gullible people, the new flu strains be injected in them. They go around spreading it every year. Monkey, what are you talking about for Bill Gates? Bill Gates and Fauci, Fauci basically back in the day put in a bill that prevents people from suing vaccine companies. Then when you look into Fauci and Bill Gates, they were also roommates in college. When you look into them as well, Bill Gates was a huge advocate in vaccine funding. And then the person running what the vaccine is, and then also just the other stuff that they were doing as far as testing for militarized stuff. But there's a connection between the two that everybody's kind of eyeing right now, with a vaccine being pushed, and the person who owns it, and the person funding it, and the person going on the news saying that this is what you should take. So I mean, that's the general idea, is that there's kind of a conflict of interest, that the guy making it is in bed with the guy recommending it, and when you have a conflict of interest, I mean, it could be seen as you're pushing his because you guys have a deal worked out, which who knows, right? But when you have the government also going and funding, but they're only funding, from what I heard, a militarized kind of style. And it's going to be like kind of a military vaccine. But there's been 3 that have been approved now. And I think just recently the 3rd got approved. Ooh. Why no circumcision? There's no conspiracy. Is there a conspiracy for that too? Oh. Well, it's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one, but I'll say this. From knowledge that I got from other people, not the people who weren't circumcised, but from other sources who were talking about these people, that it is not too healthy to do. Now, to say that, maybe it would be that you have to pay a little bit more attention, but at the same time, it is more so unhealthy. So the outcome, regardless of what we did it for, is that we're less likely to get infected down there. Because guys can have urinary tract infections, but majority of the time they don't, is because they're uncircumcised, and the place that it comes out doesn't get bacteria in it. But when you don't properly take care of it, it gets filth. So yeah, weird shit. They sell it on the live. See, I don't want to go deep into it, because I couldn't say. Like, maybe it's just a little bit more that you got to do. But from what I heard, so I want my. So you're like, yeah, it's a lie, but like I want my shit back though. Like, yeah, make sure that's known that I don't, like, I'm not that, like. My bad, guys. Francisco Nori, I hope you have a good night, bro. Let's see. We'll get into another one here. What time is it actually? 11:43. Not bad. We still got some good time. We're in 2 hours 47 minutes, 44 minutes. Rich females are putting foreskin. Oh my god. Yeah, that reminds me of Meet the Fockers, when he's like, yeah, we kept his foreskin. And it's like, she pulls it out of a little book. Yeah, dude.
You got bigger titties than Lady Tsunade.
Right? You called it, man. Oh my god. The baby what? The baby what? Yo, dude.
I like big dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do you
Can I get some big dick?
Do you believe in God?
I don't really talk about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like yes or no, though, right?
I mean, it honestly, like, I'm on and off of, like, by my religion. You know, like in certain situations, I'll be like, God, please help me, and then in other ones, I'll be like, God ain't real. No.
Dude, let me put it like this: if you take religion away, would you say there's a higher power?
What do you mean?
That you're here, and that because you're here, it's a miracle.
No, I'm here because I'm here as a person.
Well, then it brings me to the question: what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Oh, damn.
Right. So most people bring religion to the afterlife and what happens after, but they don't realize that we have no idea why we're here, right? So it's a miracle, right? And it's a miracle that you're here, and you should be thankful at least for that. And then think that why haven't we figured out why we're here and where we came from and what the hell we're doing? What's the meaning of life, right? And that's kind of a census to believe that regardless of the afterlife, there's a miracle that already happened, and we can't explain that. And at that point, I would say it's like a higher power, right?
Indeed, yes. And yet again, I think what I believe in is that we fucking like came from basically monkeys, and we kind of evolved
Well,
to who we are now.
Where did the monkey come from, though?
You have a point.
Let me put it like this. Okay, so I read into a study that they did, and based off of carbon dating, they noted that it wasn't that animals just evolved over time. It was like there was almost like a light and a dark age. Like when the light happened, there was a bunch of life that would happen, and then it'd be dark for a bunch of years, and then it would be light and it would be dark, and like it was just like influx and then deflux. So they studied it by basically taking all the building blocks of life and putting it in a vial and just letting it sit there and making sure nothing was living. And if you entered the room, you had to like wear a suit, and they used fire to kill everything and like made sure nothing was living, right? And after like a week and a half, there was bacteria growing out of nothing. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, where did this come from? Like, it doesn't make any sense that there's this life popping up. And they kind of took it to the point that they noticed that the center of our universe has kind of like a pulse, and that pulse kind of related to the carbon dating, and so they were thinking that we were in that pulse and that life would just be created, and so that's why they tested that. And so it's like, what is this pulse? Where is that pulse coming from, and why is life like a pulse almost? And I don't know. It just made me think, like, regardless if you look at the science of it or if you look at just the like theory of it, I mean, the idea of us being here is amazing. And at that point, I'm thankful for that. And when I look at religion, I think most of it's based on morals and how you should live good. And if you are thankful for what you have, which, like I'm pointing out that we should be thankful, then you should live good, right? What? Yeah.
All right, see you, bro.
Later, dude. Brandon for life. Refuse their test. The people above all. Started healing. Start healing. Spread truth. I don't know about above all though. What about animal? Are the people better than the animals? Or do they live off of each other? We tend the fields and get the wheat to feed the cow in order for us to milk the cow and eventually eat the cow. Yeah. You're 100% correct. I was bringing that up the other night. The cryptocurrency activation. You watch TV. Hey, I wonder how much they would pay you guys to watch me. Would it be like low rated? Like, you're just watching some kook on the internet. You only get 5 cents an hour. What will people do when they require vaccine? Yep. So this is legal actually in the U.S. to prevent someone from coming into a business because it's private property. So Ticketmaster already said that they are going to require when shows start opening again for people to get a vaccine in order to go and see a show. It's pretty crazy. More Chaz chops are gonna pop up? You think so? I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, what I see is a divide, because what we're talking about is on a national level, and then when you look on a state basis, the states are divided in how they're doing their lockdowns right now, which people will say, oh, that's the reason why it hasn't worked, because nobody's on the same page. Well, look at the states that were on the same page. Not saying it did cause it, but there was a massive spike when they were required to wear masks, when they were required to do certain things. When you're requiring everybody to shut down their business and go to one place like Walmart or Fry's, or Kroger or wherever, to get everything you need. I mean, new Chop in Washington. There's still a Chop in it's Washington. There's still one. They have a whole park since the day that Chop was still there. I mean, it's still to this day, I'm pretty sure they have an actual little encampment set up in a park. They haven't taken over the streets like it used to be, but there's still a Chop in sense, or a Chad, whatever it's called. We are self-aware and have the ability to speak. The people above all means we are also starting to behave like the most superior organisms in the universe. Oh yeah. We are self-aware and have the ability to speak. Yes, that's the greatest thing. Language, right? To get a point across and have you guys say something back to it, and hear me talk to these people and be interested in just my conversation with these people. I appreciate you guys. That's fucking awesome. I might say stupid stuff. I hope you call me out on it, but I mean well. So, and you look some of my other videos, might not be the best shit out there. Sometimes it's very, very bad compared to the stuff that's out there, but I mean well, and I don't have any hate in my body, I would say. I don't like the death penalty. I don't like killing people. Punishment's a different thing. You gotta pay for your dues, or you gotta do something, but it wouldn't be immoral. So I'll leave it at that. Let's see. We'll get another one going here. Mr. Rogers. Dude, was it true that dude had confirmed kill tattoos? Like all up and down his arm? That's why he wears sweaters? Yo, dude. Hey, do you believe in God?
Duh.
Yeah?
You watch Danny Duncan? What the fuck did you tell?
Nice. She was so mad, but she's like, duh. Stop the criminal lockdowns. They do more harm than good. Clado Silver destroys SARS-CoV-2 virus. Scientific study done in 2020 is on SciCentral.com. It's a supplement our body needs. What I would say is you don't even need to look into the study of why a lockdown does more harm than good compared to being outside, or which just looks like you're talking about water. I would say look at the fact that relaxed broadcast, dude. Hey, I appreciate it. Look at the fact alone that the CDC, sorry, not the CDC, the WHO, a World Health Organization, came out and said that if we continue lockdowns for 1 year, only 1 year, 150 million people will die from starvation. Estimated. That alone should be the wake-up call when we look at the number of people who've died from the coronavirus. Sad. Starvation? Horrible. That's a long, excruciating, painful death. Which I don't know, with the coronavirus, it seems like it's, it happens, you get it, and then right after that, it hits you really hard and you die. I mean, I don't know how long it even lasts. What, about 2 weeks, they say? So, I mean, just overall, a lockdown prevents trade. And when you prevent trade, some countries don't have the availability to create the things they need to survive. So they create one thing they can be really good at and do it very efficiently and do it the best, and then they trade it to other countries, getting money, being able to purchase stuff that they can live. And this is how they're able to survive. Places kind of like India doesn't have everything it's able to do. Not a lot of possibly farmland, but a lot of goods are made. When you make a lot of goods, you can sell them. But when you have your borders closed, you can't sell anything, and you're trading stuff between people who have the same things as you. I mean, it's just overall globally, yes, we are able to survive as a nation on our own, but other nations aren't able to. And when you lock down trade, that's what causes death, because people trade stuff in order to buy stuff to survive. In certain countries, it's not like it's just a wealthy country selling stuff so that they can buy a fresh Ferrari or something. You know what I mean? It's like sadness. That's the real harm. 150 million people 1 year. 1 year. Imagine 10. The real global pandemic would be a lockdown. Yeah, they're all going to crypto, man.
That was weed look like.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck off, dude.
Hey, do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Why are you looking to the side?
I'm looking at you.
Will you look over here? Nice. There you go. Dude, fucking, you believe in God, though?
Yeah.
Nice. What religion are you?
What you mean?
What religion?
I go to a Baptist church.
Nice. So, like, Christian?
Yeah.
That's cool. Where are you from?
From Texas.
Nice, nice. Do you believe in aliens?
No.
No?
A little bit, but not really.
So what would the outstretch be that God made other planets other than ours?
I don't know. I'm kind of retarded.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you say, God, obviously, if you believe in God, there's something out there that created us. But what would make it say that he wouldn't create something else other than us?
Like, I know there's bugs and stuff that live on other planets, but I don't know if there's, like, human-related...
Agreed. Agreed. What takes us and puts us better than the bug on our planet then? Like, and the fact that we have bugs on our planet shows that it is a possibility, at least.
Yeah.
So if we can only see certain planets that have just bugs on it, imagine how big the universe is. And if you believe that the universe is as big as they say it is, I mean, there's a possibility, at least, right? I mean, that's what I would take it to, that, yeah, the universe could be God's creation, right?
Yeah.
God could be the universe and it controlling and everything that happens within it, and we could just be what if it was like a body and we're just the arm, or the fingertips, right? Like, there's a bunch of cells right there, there's a bunch of living stuff, but then you go to a different arm on the other side of the galaxy and there's other living stuff that is exact same as us, right? And everything in between of that body. Like, there's cells all over the place. So I mean, it's just weird to think about, but definitely believe in God and a higher power. I just also kind of believe in the idea that maybe we aren't the only creation, right? I don't know. It's a weird thought.
Yeah, you have me thinking. And my 13-year-old mind can't think of much.
Alright, now you're good, man. I appreciate you. Just remember, don't deter from the word of God because of what I said. So,
Yeah.
just look at it as could be also included in it. Well, I'll catch you, man. Don't make people go fucking anarchist and shit. Don't want to do that at all. Like, seemed like that guy was like, wait a second, was I lied to? What is going on? You know. Starts breathing heavy and shit. Formal education will make you a success, but self-education will make you a fortune. I live off 40 acres of full solar. Dude, both you guys are popping. You got Distro out there doing it. You got Disciplinary Sage out there doing it. Respect both of you guys. I'm trying. Well, I'm happy with my life, so I hope you guys are as well. Let's get into another one here. Yo, dude. Hey, do you believe in God? No. Yeah, dude.
Yo, bro.
Hey, do you believe in God?
No.
Why not?
'Cause I don't.
Do you believe in a higher power?
Don't know. I never really thought about it.
You know, I always kind of bring it to with religion and God and everything like that.
Yeah.
To kind of make my point is, most think about afterlife, right? And what happens after, and the idea of talking and being judged, and it's kind of this, like, it doesn't make you want to do it, right?
Right.
But what I look at is, like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The fact that we are here, right? The fact that we are alive. When you look at scientists, they can't actually tell you the reason that a heart starts. It just, like, turns on like a light, like, it just starts up, and it's a phenomenon that they aren't able to really explain, but it happens. So the real miracle is that we're alive, and where do we come from? And if there's something out there putting life out there, maybe not afterlife, but just the fact that something is putting life out there, that's kind of my idea on it. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. Never really thought about it, mate.
I know, it's like you flip the script on it because most think about afterlife, but that's why I kind of asked, like, higher power, like, and when you think of higher power, that's creation, right? And where are we all created from? Where do we come from? Why is it our planet compared to the other 8 in the solar system, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's mad. Food for thought, I guess.
Yeah, definitely, man. But fucking, where are you from, man?
London, mate.
Hell yeah.
What about you?
I'm Arizona, the Grand Canyon state.
Phoenix and all that.
Yeah.
Nice, man. Nice. Hot out there.
You ever been to the States?
I have, yeah, man. Yeah. I've been all around Florida, Vegas, and New York.
Hell yeah. What'd you come out for? Just to kind of hang out?
Just vacation, bro.
Nice, man. Fucking hit up the YouTube channel if you want to check it out. I'm just asking people tonight fucking about God and what they think and shit.
Cool. I'll give it a subscribe, bro.
Hell yeah. I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good one.
Take care of yourself.
You
And
too.
you.
Thank you.
Sam.
Later. Behind every blade of grass is a force that says grow. Yes. Or if you want to take it even farther, the samurai warrior who said he would rather be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. You'd rather prepare yourself mentally and physically than to do it just mentally. But physically is the weird thing, and a physical thing could be you're physically reading a book that trained your mind, or you're physically talking to somebody. So I think it's a little bit more of an expansion than what I bring it to when they think of it. It's more so of a fight, but a diplomatic war, a gardener probably wouldn't be able to do good there either. Physically, you'd be able to need to talk. and use a mental state of mind. So yeah, the CO2 levels are dropping very low. It's super dangerous. But at the same time, if you look at it, distro, this is common, and it's common right before we go into a polar swap. If you look at the timeline when we go into these swaps, there's pretty much always a mini ice age that happens right before, where everything kind of dies out and freezes up, and then the poles change, and majority of the time it seems like there's mass destruction, like with the dinosaurs, and then with people the second time around, and then just up to 13,000 years ago. It's been proven through just carbon dating and what we see, the black North Atlantic black mat. I mean, it's super interesting. Video: Wiki is lying about the effects of solar activity on the climate. It took a period of 11 years instead of centennial climate change measured over a period of 100 years, which proves it. Causation. If you look into the video with John Kerry, and when he's bringing up CO2 levels and how they're at an all-time high, and he says up to 800,000 years ago, and then the scientist who goes and says, why did you bring up the number 800,000 years? And he says, well, that's just a study we looked at. And he said, no, that's because if you look past 800,000 years, it's actually 1,000 times higher than it is right now. So it completely disproves everything you just said if you look further than 800,000 years. So, I mean, what we're going off right now, it's not the best, is what I'll say. I mean, I don't know if they're trying to do it this way, but there is a lot of studies that show that we are at least making a difference. But when you look at the overall output and where majority of it comes from, we make very little output. What the idea would be that expansion and progressing those models. And when you look at the climate as it's changing, not based off of us, but basing the model off of us interacting with the model, and then determining that we're the main cause, then that's where kind of the freaking out comes in, I would say, is looking at us as the main cause rather than looking at the overall that this happens. It does. It just does. And the planet is almost a living organism, and it would shake us off if we needed to. The sun is about to cough on us. Yep, 2047. Yes, it's a carbon tax scam. Actually, I was just reading the other day, 2007 is the day that we actually changed it to climate change. So Greta Thunberg, I think she came out 9 years after we actually found out the actual issue, where it's synthesized, where it was kind of a general idea, but in 2007 we really put it on the books in the U.S., at least. So if she's gonna get mad at anyone, like, get mad at the people who maybe knew before, but we only knew since 2007 that it's not global warming anymore. We synthesized it, now it's climate change, because for some reason it's not warming up anymore. So our scales were off, but it's definitely changing. Makes sense, right? Thank you. Fascinating. How you do on that last crypto pump? Not good, man. I took maybe at $200, $100. I mean, it was still something, but I kind of fucked up, and I took a way higher position on both of them. Where now I'm out some. Now, I didn't move up, I moved down, but I also reinvested some of it into actual stock, so I guess I would have to look into that as well. But a lot of it would say it's stable, at least at this point. They're still flying, but not flying anymore. They're still flying, but not fluing. What? It's also Bilderbergs in China. China has been producing tons of cheap green tech that need to sell. Also didn't help them blasting a hole in the ozone with new tests in Fukushima too. Now Fukushima did nothing, man. If you look at the actual Fukushima, I think Jordan Peterson brings this up. It might not be the exact Fukushima one, but if you actually look at Fukushima, it is doing very well right now. But there was an oil spill or something like that happened, and fishermen didn't fish there for a while. And after 2 years, the population was higher than it was prior to the spill. So the fact is the life grew because we stopped fishing it. So overfishing is a definite issue. There's no need for it. If we actually let it chill, we can stabilize it, but we overfish, and that's what's killing the population of certain fish. But in their eyes, population reduction is a good thing. Yeah, the first step of the Green New Deal is based around depopulation. Use bag holding. I hate that still. Hold coins will only go up. I almost cleared 5-figure profits last night. Damn, dude. No, I'm up like I'm still up. I'm in like an extra $1,000 over the week. So what I did put it into, I mean, well, not over the week. Over the week, I'm stable, but what I am in is it stayed stable for the week, and I'm actually in other stuff, and my money's stable for the last week, which means I'm gonna stay around this possibly, but because what I'm in is like possibly 60% crypto and then 40%, but the other 40% stayed up there with the drops and ups and downs of crypto. So it shows that pretty much I think it's going to be all pretty stable. It won't be too much of a change, which means I'm up, definitely. Yeah, no, I sold some of it to buy more into Dodge and or Doge, whatever it's called. I'm very optimistic about ETH though, personally. I have some of it, but I'm not telling you guys to buy it. I'm just saying I like it. So I like it like that. We're all conditioned. I mean, to a sense, yes. But how do you break the barrier when it's the narrative? You can go off on your own and do your own thing. Oh wait, no, you can't. It's not legal. I think it was the Obama administration made it to where you can't go and set up your own landstead. Basically, back in the day, you'd be able to put up a fence around property. If you stayed there long enough, you can claim it as your own. Not anymore. Sad days. Yeah, dude. Hey, do you believe in God? Oh. Herbal medicine, also herbalism, is the study of pharmacognosy and use of medical plants. Nice. A wiki? From Wikipedia. Elgato, you can definitely do it. One of the greatest things that I ever saw, which I can relate it to today, I kind of like doing that actually. But what I saw back in the days, if you watch Woodstock '69, they have a video on it. I have both the records as well, but there's a video, a DVD I used to have, and I don't have it anymore. But in basis, in the video, it shows different areas that were going on in the Woodstock. You know, they had the people sliding down the hill naked in the mud, and they had a drum circle, and in one area it was like almost a meditation circle. And in this meditation circle, you had a guy in the front, and he was teaching everybody in the crowd how to access their inner psychedelics, basically. That he said he had traveled around, he had done a bunch of stuff, and he went to, I think, India, and learned from a shaman or a guru or something like that, breathing techniques that would be able to make you access your own trip, you know what I mean, without taking anything, and do it through yourself. And I heard Wim Hof say this recently. And Wim Hof, I don't know if you guys know who Wim Hof is, but he's the Iceman. He's the guy who defies reality. And basically, he started, he had just, I'm pretty sure, divorced his wife, and was in a very bad place. And he jumped into a freezing cold pool, just off of basic instinct to do it, and started breathing and figuring out how to control staying in the pool, and it brought him like life, and he looked at it as energy, but it was amazing things he was doing, and he took it farther and farther to where, you know, he hiked Mount Everest in shorts, he swam in the Antarctic in shorts, where certain people, if you're out there for 20 minutes, you can die or get hypothermia with not having jackets and certain warmth. So the fact is this guy's broken world records. He teaches it, and he does it all through breathing. And he figured out the breathing technique while he was in the pool, because when you go and hit the cold water, it makes you, and you like hold your breath. So he had to breathe through it, and when he breathed through it, it helped his immune system, and through depression, it helped that as well. So now he took it even farther, and he did a test, and it's basically a test that they go and inject you with a needle, and this needle has like a disease in it, and when you look at this disease, it can kill you, but they have an antidote basically waiting on the side, and if you can't do it within a certain amount of time, they hit you with the antidote so that you don't die. And it's just a test to basically see, like, do you have the willpower to actually do this? And nobody's even able to pass it, but Wim Hof passed it through his breathing technique, and was able to get his cells to attack a foreign thing that was entered into his body, not needing the antidote for it. So, I mean, it's amazing shit when you look at your actual availability and what you do. It was super interesting, to say the least. And if you want to look into it, he does videos all the time. It's Wim Hof. He has the breathing technique. You can actually do it yourself. It's like a meditation to me. I mean, if you do this once a day, he says, for 30 days, you can cure a lot of stuff just off of breathing techniques. So, I mean, and in a sense, it's been proven, in the fact that he's the only one been able to pass this test, and at the same time can swim in the Antarctic and hike Mount Everest without clothes on. I mean, agreed, John Smith. Look into Wim Hof. He's the guy pushing it. Jordan Peterson recently did a thing with him too, because Jordan Peterson was trying to also learn from it, and super interesting. It's on Michaela Peterson's podcast.
Ourselves.
Yeah, dude. Hey, do you guys believe in God?
Guns?
God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes? Everybody there?
I don't not believe in them, but I
Do
don't know.
you believe in a higher power?
No, not really.
Let me put it like this. The best way to put it for me is most people look at the afterlife and they don't look where you come from. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't fucking know. That shit's.
Well, you can't because nobody knows. So it's an unknown.
Yeah.
It's an
That's what I'm
unknown
saying.
thing.
I know. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's real or not.
Well, what I'm saying is though is that we are here and that's a miracle, right?
So much pain.
But it's a miracle that you're here though, right?
Yes.
So in that sense, the fact that you are here, there has to be something that created you, but we don't know what that is. So it's something higher, and that could be perceived as God. Yeah, it could be perceived as God, or it can be perceived as a goat, or a dolphin, or maybe like in the Hitchhiker's Galaxy, it's a bunch of mice. Like, but the fact is there is something higher that we don't know about, right?
Yeah, that's what I agree with.
So you're not anarchist, you're agnostic, but I would say look into possibly the fact that most things talk about morals, and if you live your life good, the outcome will be good. If you live your life bad, it'll be bad. So that's kind of what religion's based off of, even if you are agnostic and you want to do good because you want either a good tomorrow or a good afterlife in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So.
All right.
Hell yeah, if you guys want to follow the YouTube, dude, I'll post it right here.
I'll take a picture.
Dude, I'm live right now. You guys are all fucking live.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Later. He was thinking about it. He got it. Links on this very topic. Wait, what links? There's no links popping up. No miracles. No. Miracles, the hereafter, and God do not exist, so watch out. No heaven, hell, bottomless pit, resurrection, nor reincarnation yet. Reincarnation has been seen. There has been stories of possible afterlife. If you look into the father of herbal medicine, which you just brought up, herbal medicine, which is Ed Leescowen, I'm pretty sure, the man who basically created herbal medicine. And what he was doing is going into trances, and when he talked about going into an afterlife, it was very interesting. And what he had said is that life isn't what we perceive it to be, and what he met was kind of a shining, blue-eyed, blonde-haired person who was a warrior, kind of a enlightened figure, but that was perceived as death. And he was telling him that what we perceive it as is two-dimensional, but really it's multi-dimensional, and that we do more than we understand, basically. But this guy got a lot of different visions. Said he would travel to the universe of knowledge. Super weird. I'm pretty sure it was Ed Leescowen, the father of herbal medicine. U.S. and the Tree of Life. Oh, the us and the Tree of Life. Reincarnation used to be well known as fact in the Bible too, until it was removed by a Roman emperor's wife in 500 AD, and they started lying about going to hell and heaven after death. I don't know necessarily if it's a known thing, because when he had entered into this kind of trance state, supposedly what he said, as before he got to where he met, in sense, death, he went through another stance, and it was kind of a black and white reality, and everything in the reality was paused. And he just explains it as it was, everything was still, but it was almost like it was a black and white movie, like to where he wasn't able to interact with anything, wasn't able to do anything, but he was there. And in that sense, it made me kind of think of like a ghost state, or almost like a purgatory, is what he explained it as. That he sees all of his loved ones, but he can't interact with them and can't do anything. So it's in a sense kind of like a purgatory, but it was definitely a weird thing to look into. All of his shit's online. You can look into it, but he definitely figured out, like, one thing he did, which just blows my mind, is like he got a letter from a girl across the sea, and telling him like, oh, something's wrong, and he's like, all right, let me go into my trance. He goes into his trance. He's not even next to the girl, doesn't even know her. Goes and sends a letter back to her and says, put a nail into the side of your knee. And she's like, I mean, all right, I guess I'll do it. And it fixed her knee. And it was like, basically her knee had this weird phenomenon where it was just outgrowing itself and it was going to continue to grow. But she put a nail into it and it stopped the growth, which could have been a lucky guess, I guess. But it's just weird that the amount of things that he has that he's been correct about. So that's just one of them, but I think there's over 13,000 different readings that he had. He says supposedly he travels to this universe of knowledge, which I don't know. It could be. It's definitely interesting that he got some shit right. I'll say that to the least. And congratulate him on it. I mean, I'm happy that he did those things, we know. But to say that it's all, 100% correct, I really don't know. So you could sense everything. You've been dead? What? Tesla spoke on something on that too? Dude, this is where it gets weird, right? And what's really going on. That's definitely higher than our knowledge, I would say. Higher than we're able to will. So a higher power. And it all brings it down to that. It's just, there's stuff we don't know about. And was it created or does it happen? But how does it happen? And it's the chicken or the egg, man. You can't say which one came first because you got a full-grown chicken. Where did that full-grown chicken come from? It doesn't just appear. You have a random egg. The egg comes from the chicken, so... What the fuck, dude? It makes absolutely no sense. It's like someone's just out there like, oh, we're playing Minecraft. We're gonna add 15,000 chickens into this map. Anybody who catches them and breeds them, they can make more. They can make it extinct. If they make it extinct, we'll just send down some more species that'll build more random little shits and keep it going. They're fucking themselves up. Why do they keep killing off all the ants? Well, send down some more species. It's like, dude, what are we doing here? I don't understand it. Eggs can't come? Yeah, where did the man come from? If they want to question the chicken or the egg, that's the expansion on it. Because you could bring it to, okay, yeah, which one came first, right? And then how is that created? Was there also a man? The egg can't come out of the chicken on its own. And if it does, it's not fertile. Or it doesn't bear life. Damn, disciplinary sage. I died in oh my god, what? I died in Afghanistan on a helicopter. Oh my god, man. Fucking A. It's evolution science, not devolution. I don't say it's devolution. Where did it come from? What was the first thing that popped up? And why do we have it here? Why is it that if we moved the moon a couple feet in a direction, we would be fucked? Why is it that if the Earth was not tilted at a certain direction, we would be fucked? Why is it that we are just happen to be like, why? Like, where do we go? Where do you question past that? Yeah, dude. The Big Bang. What created the Big Bang? Like, we go deep. I'm saying, what created that? And when you look at the Big Bang, is that life being created out of nothing? Where did the Big Bang come from? A star exploding? Where did that star come from? And if it's the star was created off of another Big Bang internally, it just goes to an atomic level. And the fact is if we bring it to that, what makes it saying that we're not inside of a human right now and we're all living? This universe is actually a circulatory system built on a brain that has arms, legs, and it walks around, and as soon as that person dies, everything dies off. Yet their life lasts a lot longer than what our universe even sees as a blink of an eye. And what created that person? No, if it's a dodecahedron of universes, what created that? I mean, you could take it to every possible stance, like science, religion. I mean, you bring it to the faith of it. I mean, is the faith based on actual verbiage or the moral? Like, yeah, we are but a neuron. I love that, and that's what I believe is that we're just a small little part of the entire makeup of what we call actually God. And God could be this overall one thing, but that one thing would not be possible without us, in a sense, or at the same time we wouldn't be possible. So we build off of each other in a sense. We help either with entertainment, maybe. I guess that could be a help if we look at it as just a creation. But I would think the creation would produce something, at least. Gotta crack some eggs first. Yeah, no. Disciplinary sage. That's kind of my overall thinking, that we are a very small portion of a bigger makeup. The difference is our cell is one of two things. We are a cell that is evolved and does other things, or we are a cell that is infected. And I don't like looking at the idea of infection, because I don't think we're harmful, in the sense that we could work on something to protect which if you look at kind of the Indian or Native American, some culture, I think it was Native, the moon is almost a base that was created. And when you look at lunar and solar eclipses, it's like, yeah, maybe. I mean, why does it line up perfect? That doesn't make any sense. Supposedly, it sounds like it's hollow, which they also had stated. They knew it was hollow. It's kind of a weird thing to know. Oh, man. It always brings up good conversation. I love it, guys. Fluids take on a spherical shape in zero gravity environment. Yeah. Please tell that to flat earthers. Man, the flat earthers, it's hard to get past them. Big Bang 14 billion years ago. Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago. First forms of life formed 4 billion years. Humans formed 3 million years ago. Homo erectus 2 million years ago. Is that WikiLeaks? I mean, I would have to look into that. Because where do we see the Earth form then? If you look into native culture based on, different stories, we used to kind of be in a 4-figure alignment, and this wasn't just one culture. It was kind of a known thing that we were in a 4-figure alignment with 4 planets, and when you look at the actual axes of how our planets sit, you can see what 4 planets they're talking about, because we basically all sit at the same slant. A few degrees off now because we got pulled in by the sun, from what they say. But if you do look at it, it is interesting that there's 4 planets that have the same tilt, all tilt in the same direction, that look like, if they were, it would be these 4. I mean, you can look up right now on Google. I would do it, but my screen's kind of all fucked up because I'm on here right now. I might be able to do it, actually. But let me see. We might be able to do it. Let me go with this one. Let me go. Paste. Alright. We'll hide that one. No. We'll hide this one. That one's good. Alright, I'll just add a new one. Well, if you look at the tilt of each of these planets, the idea is, I need to bring out a new screen, actually. That they all used to be in the same kind of configure, away from the sun. What was I gonna do right here? Alright. This one. Alright. Bring it up right here. Alright, so you got, let me zoom in on it. Are you kidding me? Let's just see if alright, right here. I'm pretty pretty sure it's Earth, Mars, Saturn, and Neptune. Supposedly, out of Saturn, Uranus was born, which if you look at Uranus, it's the only one that has this tilt. And there was 3 planets that we intertwined with, which if you look at these planets, they have their own kind of tilts and axes that look like they've been in the solar system possibly for a while. But supposedly Saturn birthed Earth, Mars, and Neptune. Probably Neptune first, then Earth, and then Mars based on the sizes, I would just say. But then when you look at Uranus, it might be the other way around, that Mars was a lot older, which is why the first civilization possibly spawned from there. Then we go to Earth, which is why we're able to. Neptune would be the next to kind of keep an eye at. And Saturn's kind of the mother planet, which is the rings actually were ice, and stars reflecting off them would create light, and that's kind of what created what we see today. But the ice rings were in a sense a light source. It's shown over all the planets. Yeah, 23.5. It's a weird one. When you just look at that on its own, and the stories that they're telling, Uranus is definitely doing some weird shit here with its tilt, and the other 3 planets kind of look like they were already set in place. The reason why ours are a little wobbly and off place is now we are sucked into a different gravitational pull. And it almost seems like we're being pulled towards what these 3 planets are at right now, which would be a center focus that everything would kind of center in at. Neptune, Apollo, or Neptune? Neptune, the planet, like the actual planet was born, is what they state, that there was a planet born out of another planet, and that planet today is known as Neptune. They called it other things, but basically they related what they were actually talking about based on other stories, mostly Greek, because we relate Greek to actually planets and know that they were talking about that in their stories, but they give them different names. But when we relate the same thing to other cultures, that maybe they weren't talking about things that we see as like gods or warriors, but maybe they were talking the same things as Greeks and saying it as planets. And when you base it off of that, it all correlates basically to the idea that it is planets. And based off of Neptune, it would be birthed out of Saturn. So, and even in some Greek theology, it kind of states the same in a sense, but I think it's all just based off of what they were seeing that was going on in the fucking sky. Like, they didn't really know what was going on. And the best way to explain it is make it very exciting. Because you have to tell somebody, and if they're not going to listen to you, you're like, dude, I feel like a crazy person. But then when everybody's like, what the hell, and they get super excited. Now, people probably get excited back in the day. I'm thinking of today's day and age. They're like, that's fucking insane. And like, people would be like, what? This guy's insane, but this guy also seen it. There's like 3 or 4 people, and that's Farmer Jim. He's not crazy. Farmer Jim gives me the best potatoes in town.
Fucking idiots.
What? Why are you rubbing your foot, dude? Yeah, dude.
Hello.
Hey, do you believe in God?
Pardon?
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Nice. What religion are you?
Christian.
That's cool. You
Cool.
do you do you go to church?
Sometimes, but you don't have to go to church to praise God or anything.
Agreed. I was just wondering. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
South Africa.
South Africa? I'm from Arizona. I'm from the Grand Canyon State. Do you know where that's at?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I was just wondering because you believe in God, and I want to see where people are and how they think and what region they are, and it kind of brings a little back or a little more into why you believe the way you do. But if you don't want to say it, that's fine. Do you have are you young? Are you still in high school?
No.
You're out of high school now?
No. I'm 66.
Are your parents still married? Oh, she left. I was gonna say, like, basically a stable life maybe correlates also believing in God. When you maybe don't have the stablest life, you might think differently, but it's kind of also interesting to see why people are so upfront, even though they don't maybe religiously practice, which is cool. They're doing their thing. I just question where it comes from, because I think it's a good thing now that we progress. Are you a body, or do you have a body? That's just a weird one to think about. But you really are kind of just a meat skin thing walking around being controlled by the brain. But at the same time, your body does things on its own as well, like breathing or digesting, and you don't think of that, so there is a balance there. Definitely a little bit of both. Yo, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
Just hanging out. Hey, do you believe in God?
Not specifically.
Do you believe in a higher power?
No.
What do you believe in?
Nothing.
I take it like this, would you say that you being here is a miracle?
No.
What if I put it to the point that scientists don't know why your heart starts to beat, or even to the fact that you can't explain what came first, a chicken or an egg? So the idea is we really don't know where we came from or what we're doing or anything that's going on. But the fact is we are here, and that's pretty amazing that we are, right?
I mean, yes. I guess it's one of a kind how it turned out, but
and in that sense, the odds of it actually happening that way is very astronomical. But the odds that it did happen that way, what caused it to? And when we look at it, even to the basis of just where we are right now, we still don't know why we start to live. Like a heart starts to beat. It's a phenomenon in the medical world. It's like a light switch just turning on, a baby's heart starting. So
I mean, it's giving birth, right?
well, no. Giving birth is one thing, but while the baby develops and organs grow, once the heart starts to beat, so you can have like a fecal you can or not a fecal, but organism growing in you, right? But once that heart starts to beat, they don't know what causes it to actually go into the next level of starting to beat. So they know what causes something to be born, but they don't know what causes it to develop. And so the idea behind an actual heart starting, which causes life, you can create it almost like just passing it on, but the sense is we don't fully understand it of why it happens, and that would kind of explain what came first, the chicken or the egg, and we really can't explain that other than it happened, and it's a miracle that it did. So
I'm not quite sure we're on the same page, bro.
well, the idea, what I would be basically getting at is most look at afterlife, and most people look at death and going to heaven and what happens after.
No,
But the idea
no, I don't see
I bring it
afterlife.
to is you are here, and that's pretty amazing. And
Yeah, I'm in the present.
so whether you do believe or not, there's something out there we can't explain. And I say just be thankful for what you have and who you are, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, I trying to do this on YouTube if you want to check it out. Asking people
Yeah, sure.
about God. Well, I appreciate your opinion.
what?
It's definitely interesting. You would still say at this point though that's like there's nothing like it doesn't make you think
That's-
about it at least.
No.
I mean the idea that you're here.
I mean, it's just evolution, right?
But what started first, and where did it come from?
Can answer that.
And nobody can, and it's pretty amazing, right?
Nobody can. Yeah. That's what's up.
The idea is, at least if we can't explain it, it's higher knowledge. Maybe not higher power, but at least higher knowledge. But with knowledge comes power, so in the same sense.
But maybe it isn't.
Lower knowledge, it would be an unknown
I mean-
knowledge then.
I mean, yeah, you can't truly answer it.
It'd be an unknown knowledge or an unknown power in sense, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
But what would it be if it's not? It'd be nothing.
I don't know.
Like,
none of us know.
But no, I'm that's what I'm getting at is we don't know. But you're saying
Yeah,
it's,
we.
but you're
yeah, we
saying
don't
it's
know.
nothing. Well, nothing is something. If you say it's nothing, then it's an absolute zero. But it's not absolute zero at this point. That there's a possibility.
No, I'm not saying it's nothing. I'm saying it could be something. It could not be something. You know.
But I don't think it could not be something because that brings it to its absolute zero, or it's not absolute zero, and they can't be the
I mean,
same.
Yeah, we simply do not know.
I'm just saying it can't be both, right?
Yeah, it can be both. It could be something, but it just could be not something.
But no, it can't
Yeah.
be both though.
No. It can't be something. It can't be something and at the right time, at just the same time. It could be nothing. You know what I mean?
I mean, dimensional possibly. I can see what you're saying. If you look at interdimensional, but based on this dimension, there is something because we're here.
I think it's just evolution, man.
But that means there was something.
Maybe.
But,
Maybe not.
But you're saying evolution, so that means maybe yes, right?
Yeah, that means something.
Something did happen, so we can't say
Yeah,
just maybe anymore.
Something did happen, but it may just not be something out of
But
higher power.
either way, something did happen, so it's not
Yeah,
nothing.
something. You can truly answer that.
But you can because you could say something
Can you?
happened. Yes. 'Cause
Can you?
Something happened. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What happened?
You said evolution.
Okay, I said evolution. What do you say?
I say if you say that, then that means something happened.
Okay, and if somebody else says evolution didn't happen?
Then what happened?
Nothing, maybe.
Then why are we here?
I don't know. Can you explain?
What I would explain it as is, if you want to
If you,
get
if you
into,
could if you could truly explain 100%.
well, I wouldn't say it's 100%, but my theory, if you want to break it down,
Yes, so it's not so it's not 100%.
it's not
true.
exactly explaining where possibly they came from, but my idea is, first of all, if you look at Mars, there's about a foot of red soot, and if you go underneath it looks just like Earth. Now, if you look at the size of Mars, it's about the third of the size of the planet of Earth, and if you look at the atmospheric pressure, it's about the same, about a third of the size. Now, if we dropped our atmospheric pressure down like when it was the day of the dinosaurs, we would have mosquitoes the size of cars. Now, if you had people on Mars, they would also be very giant. Now, the idea of giants comes from Mars. Mars, there's a big civilization. It was in the front of Earth. A big solar event came, and they had to protect themselves. Now, they had to protect themselves through gold. Now, when they went to gold, the reason they went to gold, and how I can compare it to today, spacesuits, when you go up into space, the only thing that protects you against the sun's rays from burning up in space is gold, because it reflects off of it. It's a very light metal you can put in it. So in spacesuits, there's a very small amount of gold in it to protect against the sun. So it actually does protect against the sun. Then you also look at the city of El Dorado and how all these different cultures talked about cities of gold, basically protecting themselves. But when you bring it to the fact that the Martians basically went down to Earth and they told people who they basically created, possibly through genetic manipulation, that they went and genetically manipulated apes and different things from around the world and created a population of people to get gold. And so that's why we are so heavy struck to get gold, and we don't know why. But the idea would be that if you get gold, then you're celebrated. And that's kind of my theory. But
Okay. Nice theory, man.
he didn't like it, dude. He didn't like it. He didn't like it at all, I don't think. It's just theory. I don't believe it 100%. It's got holes in it, but like, how did they get to Earth? What the hell's going on? Why did we lose it all? Did they go back? Supposedly they did. Indians talk about it. Or natives, not Indians. Whatever the correct term is. Some of them like to be called Indians, some of them don't. So, regardless, it's super interesting. And the idea of why we like gold so much and where that idea came from, the missing link, where that came from. It's kind of all answered in one question, but then where did the Martians come from? All right. And we also have giants that have been proven. I mean, giants, you got people coming down, creating stuff. Who knows? Interesting. Let's get another one going here.
Ass.
Yo, dude. Yeah, Ken. Some guy. There's actually a guy who worked on a farm, and he found monoatomic gold. He didn't know what it was, so he took it to the government, and they seized his property because they didn't realize what monoatomic gold was, but it's a white powder. No, you can look into it. They're actually using it as jet fuel now. It actually works a lot better with jet fuel. I mean, you could look into past, I don't know about all of that, but there is recently found, it was a man who owned a farm, and he found white powder, and he took it to the government, asked them, like, didn't take it to the government, but got it tested, basically, to see, like, what was killing his shit. and found out it was monoatomic gold. So they seized this property and they started looking into it, and I'm pretty sure now they use it for jet fuel, if I'm not mistaken. And that's a known thing. It's not snake oil. It's not BS. They're actually using it for military purpose. But I think they're using it for, if I'm not mistaken, again, jet fuel. It's like a good way to burn certain things. It can be used as a cheat for Kundalini. You can't cheat the system, man. You can't cheat the system. You got it in yourself. Yeah, dude.
There's no bitches today.
No, yeah, it's
sad.
good. Hey, I got a question. You believe in
Yeah,
God?
bro. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. What religion are you?
Muslim.
That's cool.
Yeah. What's your religion?
I wouldn't really say it's any religion.
What is it? Like, what do you like? Your faith and shit.
I mean, I just believe in doing good and doing right by others, and living morally. I mean, what would you say? Because I grew up kind of on Christian beliefs. What would you say differs mostly in Christian and Muslim?
I ain't gonna lie, Islam is the most
Or Muslim, I'm sorry.
beautifulest religion I know. I mean, I can't say I searched for Christian shit and things like this, but I didn't search. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I only know Islam. I know some things about Christian, but I didn't read the Bible and thing. But like, I search a lot in Islam, a lot. Like, this is like the only religion I focused on, and like, this is the one that brings me the most like realistic shit. You know, like if you take the informations and shit about Islam, you're gonna see that this is just beautiful. You can't. At first, I was like, yo, it's not. It's a religion like all the others. You know, we don't know what's gonna happen at the end of the day. But when I search about my religion, I was like, damn,
Powerful.
I'm fucking chosen and shit. I'm like, yo, that's cool. I ain't
Do
gonna
you,
lie, that's freaking cool. And shit started to happen and shit. Like,
Let me ask
I
you this.
started to what?
If somebody does not have the faith, do you think they should be able to go to heaven?
In my opinion, I ain't gonna lie, I can't really say shit.
Would
But
would
in my
you? Let me
religion,
ask you.
there's
Let me ask you this. Because you're putting it on the judgment of the higher the God. If you had the decision, would you allow?
allow what? To go to heaven, even if you're not like
Yeah, yeah.
have faith about.
Well,
But I
not
don't know,
faith.
cause
What if you didn't know about it, or if let's just say not that you didn't have faith, or you did not have faith, but you lived as a good person.
I ain't gonna lie, I can't say the. I think in my opinion, I think they're not going to heaven because I can't say you're not chosen and shit. That's why you're like lost and shit. But I'm just saying that you can go in internet and go see. Yo, there's a lot of TikToks about shit about
No,
these
yeah, I get it. Let
other
me ask
shit.
you this though. What happens
Yeah.
when a baby dies?
In my religion, they go directly to heaven.
Okay, and why did they
Like
get
for
the
us,
green light compared to somebody in their 60s who never heard about Muslim religion?
what about what?
Say somebody lives their whole life and they're 60 years old and they die and they never heard about the Muslim religion.
Uh, they're not getting one judgment. Like you need to start doing your religion.
But what I'm saying
And
is, would they be allowed to go?
no, I don't think like look, you need to like
What's the
listen.
difference though?
I think that
What's the
I
difference?
think that
Why does the baby get the green light unknowingly, but the older person does not.
No, I'm not saying the other person doesn't have the green light.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I think God is like a good judge, and if like he decided that you're gonna die at 16, he probably gives you the chance to get informations from Islam. You know what I'm saying? I mean, now that you're alive,
I mean,
try to take some information.
what
Just
what
go
happened
search on
before?
Google Muslims,
What happened?
religion, simple as that.
What happened before Islam?
Before Islam, what you mean?
Did everybody go to hell?
I mean, I think I'm not really like. How can I say that? I can't like say something. You know, I can't lie about it because I don't know about
Okay.
before Islam and shit. You know.
I would look
Like, I
into
can't.
the basis of it and what happened prior. Because in a sense, I think Christianity was kind of in that sense that God kind of forgave everybody for their sin. I mean, Jesus forgave everybody so that you didn't have to go through the Pope and forgive yourself and give confession, which was the difference, I think, between Christianity and Catholicism. So, I mean, what was prior to Muslim? Did you have a way to redeem yourself, even though what was it, Muhammad?
Look, we trust that there's a God and Muhammad alayhi salatu salam is his messenger.
Okay,
And
I got you.
You can't like
It's
God is
not, yeah, okay. No, I got you. Yeah, it's like Jesus. When I look at Jesus, he's a man who definitely lived. Same with Muhammad. There's record of these both men and who they were and what they did. Now, there's speculation on them being greater than the average. In my opinion, it's dependent on what story you look at and how it was told. But in sense, greater can be seen not physically but mentally, or physically through word, right? So
yeah, that's cool.
it definitely makes me think, but it concerns me though that I agree, you know, you can have the religion, but now let's take it to the point, if somebody practiced a different religion, do they get to go to heaven, even though these religions possibly have the same basic moral value, even though there was different messengers?
Those questions, I ask those questions to myself too. Like, I can't really answer it. I know one guy answered it. If you want, I can like drop his IG or something
Yeah.
after if you want. But this guy knows a lot about Islam, and I'm watching a lot of him, and he's living like close.
Well, let me
here
ask
in
you this:
Montreal.
if you ask it yourself, that tells me
Mhm.
that you have heart for others, even though they might not agree on everything. So in the long run, if your religion does not allow it in some senses, but other religions do, would you see that as a good thing for your religion to do? That you would want that, at least? That your religion would accept others even though maybe you don't agree on everything, but the
Bro,
morals?
I would like everyone to go to heaven. I don't want anyone to go to hell, you know?
Yeah.
I can't, but I'm not the judge, you know?
Yeah,
I
no.
mean, I can't judge shit, you know? Like, you know, it's
But no, I
God's
appreciate you
God.
for saying that in the least, because it tells me that you at least have faith in people.
We all people like
Not just
we
faith in
all
your
want
own.
everyone to go to heaven and shit, but like religion is not something that I can write, or you know, like it's already here and I can't move that. You know, it's already written somewhere in the Quran and things like this, and I can't change that. You know,
Yeah.
I want. I don't know if someone with another religion, like some point of view, are saying like there's a lot of scholars in Islam who's saying like it's
Yeah.
like 50%, 50%. Like people are saying they can go to heaven, and a lot of people are saying if they're practicing and they're good people, they can go to heaven. You know.
Well, yeah, no, I agree, and I kind of it's weird that I don't know if I'm gonna put it to a bad tone, but I don't mean to, and I don't look down. Obviously, you had the conversation. I think you're a good guy, but the way that it's outlooked with the opposite side, that people not only don't want them to go, but they want them to die, and the radical part, right? Of Islam. And what do you think about that?
Um, can you like repeat? I like my primary language is French, so like
Oh
it's
no,
hard to.
you're good. Like basically, uh, in Europe and stuff, a lot of terroristic stuff based on Muslim or Islam, right? And basing it off of a old story in the Quran that's misperceived by some, and others don't see it that way. Now, what would you see it as?
Yo, in my opinion, I ain't gonna lie, terrorists are just like it's like they're saying, oh, like in my opinion, I don't say I'm right or something. I can be wrong, but in my opinion, terrorists are just not Muslim. It's not that
No, I agree.
if
Yeah.
someone says Allahu Akbar doesn't mean they're Muslims. You know, like they can say Allahu Akbar, but there's something else, and they're like shooting people, and they're just because they're saying one word in Islam that means God is the greatest, and
It means that
they're
they're
not
Muslim and they
they're not
represent
Muslims.
all of you.
You know, they're just
Uh,
not Muslims. You can say they're Muslims. You know,
I
but in
completely
my
agree.
opinion,
I completely agree with you. I talked to another Muslim who was in Egypt, a younger guy himself, and he kind of had the same thing. These people aren't real Muslim. They are fake. They take the word and they misconstrue it, and they're making us look bad, basically. So, I
exactly.
I don't want to look down on any religion and the fact that you guys have morals and you base your life kind of on the fact that these morals you need to live by in order to do better. Um, and then you take it to the fact that you have to do this or I'm going to kill you. Well, that's like, whoa, what are you talking about? Where did it change? Like, so when I talk to people who are actually Muslim, it's eye-opening a little bit to see like the difference in what the media puts out and what you were saying. So I love it, man.
Yeah. I think Christianity and like Islam is like two really interesting religions. You know, like I don't know about the others, but those two religions, like I don't
Supposedly
know,
they were
it's
brothers. I mean, and isn't that Muslim that Jesus was Muhammad's brother?
no, I don't think so.
No.
Because I saw that Jesus, peace be upon him, is a messenger, and they're all messengers. You know, like
Yeah.
in our religion, I think that it's there's a God, and God is the greatest, and there's no association with him. You know, like no, he's not like he's not like us. You know, he's something else. Like he's not a human. He don't need organs. You know, like
Yeah.
he's
God,
just better.
God,
You know,
yeah,
like organs. He's just not in a place because he don't need a place. You know,
yeah. So when we're
it's
talking these
it's really like
people,
I'm not like
when we're talking these people,
you
I see
know.
what you're saying. That basically, when I say that they're brothers, it's almost putting them to a higher power and saying that they both have divine intervention or divine power, basically. And it's a no. What you're saying is it's really God, and they were just both on kind of the same page of directing that message.
I don't think that they were brothers, you know.
Yeah,
They're probably
exactly.
the guy who said that they're just he probably I think he said like we're all brothers, Muslims are brothers, you know, something like this. But I don't think they were brothers. I don't hear about it.
Yeah, no, I mean it makes sense. What you say. I mean you read more into it, so, and you're not reading the opposite side of it, but
Yeah, I want to try to read about it because it's really interesting and shit.
no, it is. I love looking into religion. That's why I'm asking people. I'm on YouTube if you want to follow along.
Yeah, I'm a fool. I gotcha.
It's the profile. It has the Viking horns though. It's not the cartoon monkey. I gotta point that out because there's a guy that has like 8,000 subscribers. But I really
Yeah.
appreciate you, man. After it
You
all,
too.
you yourself, which is weird. Do Muslims believe you were made in God's image?
Nah, I'm.
Or not in their
We're
image,
not
but
believing that.
in their sense and in their likeness, as far as doing good and.
I don't think. I'm not. I didn't really understand what you mean about it, but I think that God didn't make us like He looks, you know,
No,
because
not looks, but acts.
acts. I don't know about it. I can't say something like I can say something that makes no sense, you know. Like it's really
No, I
I
get you. I
read
get
it
you.
that it's bad to say like something that you don't know about because it's like lying about your religion, you know. Like we don't know. People can make bad images about it, you know.
Well, no, I was just
I don't
basically
want
gonna
to make bad
say,
image, but
I was just
what?
basically gonna put it to the point, that you yourself would want better for people, and in my opinion, I think God would want the same, and you guys are like-minded in that sense. So not that you're comparing yourself to Him or that you're the same, but in an idea that you would want better. Um, in my sense, I think that's what He would want you to do. Um, and so,
Of course, God wants us to be like good people and
yeah,
everything. I think
exactly, exactly.
he's like he's the source of goodness. You know, he's like the source of all positive things. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
like that's what I
100%.
mean. You know, like
And
yeah.
that's why I appreciate you that even past it that maybe on each side they're not exactly sure, but in the long run, you would hope that people would come to heaven and have a good
Yeah,
afterlife
and
if there
it's
is.
even written in Quran and shit. Like Catholic people and us Muslims are like cousins. Like we're really like we
Yeah,
got
so are you
like
gonna
we're
kill your
connected and
cousin, right? Like,
shit.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe sometimes he pisses you off, and it's like, dude, just go. Like, but at the end of the day, it's still your cousin. You guys got next Thanksgiving. You got to hang out, right? I mean,
Yeah, but I suggest you to inform because this guy informed me a lot in Islam, like a lot. When I say a lot, I was like, I didn't even like when I was young. I didn't even give a fuck about religion and shit. You know, like I was just living my life, you know, for no reason. And just one day I saw like this guy, and just this guy's just. I was like, what's gonna happen after when I die and things like
what I would
if I
say
do
though,
anything in life and I die, like it's like life
don't
wasn't worth it, you know?
don't
Like
second
I
guess
didn't
yourself.
do shit, you know?
Don't second
Hmm?
guess yourself though. It seemed like you were on the point where you're second guessing, and that's the possible downside of one religion, and going full on to that, and then telling other people that their religion is wrong. It's like you go
Yeah, I know what
into
you're
it.
talking about. You want me to like to go see others? Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna try. I want to
You
see
well,
like
I'm just saying,
Catholicism.
you go into religion because you want to be better, and in the long run, you don't want to turn people down because they're not as good as you, because that's not better. That's egotistical and arrogant, right? You want to kind of also accept other ideas and not tell people that they're wrong in their ideas because, like you said, we don't really know. So, and since
Facts, exactly,
like
exactly.
we have to be accepting, and the fact we have to be open to it, and yeah, we might dedicate ourselves to one, but at the same time,
Yo, at the end of the day, bro, we're all like humans, and we all
yeah,
just we're
well,
on Earth, you know, and we need to like. I think we should like talk together and be all together so
well,
we can find the way together, you know,
I've
like
heard
it's
ways that this is really hard because at the same point, some people on Christian side think that Jesus forgave them for their sins, and then on a Catholic side, they have to go and talk to a priest to forgive them for their sin, or a pope or a bishop. You know what I mean? They have to go into that closet thing and talk to somebody in order to get forgiven. So the difference is one can get forgiveness if they ask for it, and the other one has to go and ask for it from somebody else and be given it. So it's very fundamentally different on the outcome, but the moral is all basic level. So I mean, morally we can agree. Some things we are going to disagree on fundamentally on how to practice, but just a base level on all sense, we have to also realize that we all have kind of a moral general understanding. Like we don't go and we don't go and mess with little kids. We don't go and kill people. We don't like there's certain things that we all know, you know what I mean? That's a moral basis. And so, yes, fundamentally we might practice differently, but in a sense we're all working towards the same good. It's you know in different verbiage, but all going towards an overall idea. So we might not agree, and we can't practice the same ways as which the battles come in, but it's hard to get two people in the same room to agree on that. And all right, are we going to do this? Are we going to do that? But we do different things, so we can't really mesh the two. But on a basis, we can talk about how to be good people and what we practice and how we do it and different things like that, right? I mean,
Yeah. Do you have someone to refer me to if you wanna if I wanna take information in Catholicism and Christianity and shit? Like I wanna learn
yes,
about it too,
yes.
Can
Look
you
into.
write someone on Insta or
Yeah,
hit me
yeah.
up
I
or
got it right
something?
here.
I'm gonna write two one so at the end of the day we're gonna learn about all religions and see who's the best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look in Jordan Peterson. He does a series, a biblical series. It's like a 12-part series. Each one's a lecture that's like an hour and a half long. So there's a lot. He goes through majority of the Bible, and then he goes through Revelations. I mean, goes through a lot of it on basic fundamentals. So he's a psychologist, and he worked clinical psychologist, but also a writer and a theologist. But basically would work the Bible through fundamentals on what the meaning behind it actually was, rather than the story that was at hand and what the story was portraying, like on a base level. So going into how each story relates to us, like biologically, to where it really goes to a super fundamental level. And you can relate that almost to every religion, because in all these stories it kind of has these same fundamentals, like a premise, characters who are heroes and warriors and different people who interact, you know what I mean, and why they interact and what their purpose was, and its overall general meaning, rather than just plain and simple, here it is in the story and what God meant, you know what I mean? So it really breaks it down to like biology, but then also fundamental like psychology of how we actually think and how we work. It's super amazing stuff.
That's cool. That's cool, bro. That's cool. I invite you to search to go see this guy too. I'll show you. Right. I think it's gonna be interesting to see someone that not talk about Islam and shit and just take informations, you know.
Adele,
You
Godbond
can
one.
take you can see his TikTok. It's simple to see TikTok, you know.
I don't have TikTok. I'll
This
check
guy
out his
knows a
Instagram though.
lot. You don't have TikTok?
No, yeah.
You can
I heard
go see
Bill
him on
Clinton goes on
Instagram.
TikTok and looks at little girls, so I didn't want to go on there.
Oh yeah. Yo, hey yo.
You know Bill Clinton?
Alright. Yeah, you can see him on Instagram. Like, if you want information about Islam, I just invite you to just go see this guy, because this guy can answer a lot of other questions that I just don't know. Because this guy is really got a big knowledge. He's about Islam and shit, and he's really good.
Yeah, I'll look into it. Hey, is he what would you say he's for people living and going to heaven regardless, or no?
Look, in my opinion, there's people, there's Muslims that are not
Or not regardless, but
strict but doesn't lose. Like in my opinion, Muslims should use their logic sometimes, because sometimes there are people like they're not using their logic. Like something is written and they
Like you're
just
being a
take it
hypocrite
and
almost,
just
right?
doing it like they doesn't have logic.
It's
But this guy
hypocritical.
got a lot of logic. This guy is not. If you ask him, do you think that humans should go to heaven if they did good things? He's gonna say yes.
Okay, yeah.
I like this guy. It's
That's cool,
like
yeah.
me. I learned from him.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from him, and he showed me how to like the logic of Islam and things, and just why I trust I have faith in Islam. It's simply because not even because of like written things and shit. Because you can't trust really someone. Someone is gonna say the Quran is written in like 2,000 years ago. All right, you can, but you don't know it. You can't see that. That's
Yeah.
why you can't trust a lot. But why I trust is that I asked things to God and things happened, like a lot of things. And at this day, like yesterday, I'm always like asking things, but sincerely, when I feel it, even if it in my head, it's not gonna happen. But I was like, yo, make it happen. And I'm like, I did like I asked them like a Muslim, I did like this, I did the dua, and then I said I mean after like a Muslim. And that the thing happened, and it's like so magic. I was like, damn. In my opinion, that's the true religion. You know what I'm
What
saying?
what happened?
Yeah. Um, I asked a lot of things. Like, you can ask like what I like is like you can ask whatever you want. Yo, I asked things about um some story about motorcycles. Yo, I was not gonna get one, and just yo, this is just unbelievable. I just had things. I just get it without doing anything. Like that's that's why I was like, damn, like this shit never happened to me. I didn't ask anything, and this time I asked something to God sincerely, and that was just magic. And I asked a lot of things, but that's not really like a motorcycle. You can't ask
I
ask
mean,
someone for that. But like get it
so
for free. I mean,
so it seems like you're not religious. You're fascinated by magic. I mean,
no. It's like no. I'm religious. I pray 5 times a day. I'm just
but are you praying for magic?
no. I'm praying for God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
It just seems
I
like you were asking for
like what I
something.
mean is that magic. You can do magic and shit like
No,
weird
I just
shit,
put it
magic.
to
But when I ask, like I
yeah,
ask
yeah.
God, like I
And
do
that's what
like
made you
this. I
believe.
ask
So
God to do it. Because
so magic made you believe is what I'm saying.
uh no, because look, like when you do like how can I say that, a wish to God. This is called a dua. A dua. You can say dua or something like this.
So why
It
don't you
means
wish?
you ask something properly, like you do like this. You sit, you be clean and shit, and then you ask, and at the end you say Amin. I did exactly the same thing, and I asked God. I was like conscious about it. Conscious about it, and I was like, yo, God, please give me that. I'm like, I was conscious about it and shit, and the thing just happened, and it was like a
What
miracle,
about
you know?
the kid who's living with nothing right now, sleeping on a floor and just asking that his life get better, and he's doing the
Yeah,
same thing
but
you just said.
like in our religion, there's always a reason about something, You can't always see the reason, but there's a lot of stories and shit about reasons why even
But
something
you gave me
bad
the
happened.
reason.
You know,
You
even
gave me
something
your
bad.
reason. You said the reason was because you asked for it.
Yeah, yeah, I asked for it, but
Yeah. So
do
I'm
you
saying,
think
what
that
about
do you
what
think
about the
that God is gonna accept
what
all?
about the person who asked for it and has less than you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But listen, listen. All right,
Yeah.
God is not gonna
Right
always
now,
accept what
if
you're.
you didn't have a motorcycle, what do you have?
No,
More than the
I'm not.
floor, right?
I'm not talking about motorcycle. This is not the biggest thing that
Well,
make me
I'm just
trust
saying.
the thing, you know.
wh-
But
we-
I can't
That is
tell
what you
you
said
what
was the most important thing. Once you've seen that the magic worked.
I said it. You know why I said it? Because I can't say the things that are important to me. Because if I said it, something bad can happen. You know.
Oh, did he freeze out? Damn, he froze out. He's saying he can't say certain stuff? Why did it freeze out? Right when he said he can't say stuff. Wow. That's not the best right there. He just bunked out right when he's saying he can't say something. Why can't you say it? Yeah, that was weird. XE, is that you? Is that you, man? Yo. I think that might be him. What's going on, dude? Why did you bunk out? What is it that you can't say? Because they took you down because you were about to say something you can't say. You got people watching you now. Yo, dude.
Hi.
That's me. Hell yeah. What's going on, man? Oh my god. I gotta click taxis. If this is gonna go. Yo, dude.
What's up, dude?
Hey, do you believe in God?
Yes.
Nice. What religion are you?
Christian.
Nice. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
California.
Damn, California, and you're Christian?
Yeah.
Do you get hate?
No.
No? A lot of cool people
No.
down there?
You know why I don't tell people?
Why?
Ugh.
Hey.
Swear.
Hey, follow my YouTube if you want to check it out, dude. Yeah, so would you say that you believe in aliens? We bring it to God, but then also aliens. What about aliens?
I low-key do.
Yeah, I mean, I do too, so. Dude, XE, you're awesome. Thanks, my brother. You too. Dude, XE was super cool. I just talked like for a half hour to a Muslim dude who said that he would let other people go to heaven even though they didn't believe in the Muslim race, as long as they did good by others.
Interesting.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I don't know which one's you.
It's the one with the Viking horns. Oh, no, wait. I typed in the wrong thing.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't find it.
No, I'm sorry. That's the last guy who I just looked up. He's on Instagram. That's not him. That's actually another guy who talks about the Muslim religion. But that's me. It's EarthMonkey. It's the one with the Viking horns, not the cartoon monkey.
I like falling.
But yeah, dude, super interesting. What's it like right now? What's the weather like when you're walking around and people are talking about Biden?
It was pretty cold, but now it's kind of like just warm and cold.
Nice. Fucking Are you in school?
Yeah, I am.
Do
But like,
you?
I'm not in school. I'm online.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Are you in high school?
Yeah.
Fucking what's the training like? Are you guys learning about racial training right now?
Nah.
No, nothing.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's interesting, California. Do you guys have the shit app
That now.
or
Huh?
the poop app or whatever, where you see where all the poops are? Nah, you guys need to get out of California though. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I'm going to Arizona for college. So.
That's where I am, dude.
Really?
Yeah, don't fuck around though. People out in Arizona are crazy. And let me ask you the next question. If you're going to Arizona, which is the number like 2 or 3 party school in the nation, what do you think about abortion?
I don't approve of it.
Hey, fuck yeah.
I don't approve of it.
Keep a good heart, and it sounds like the girl who's next to you is a little younger, so teach her well as well.
Oh, she knows. Yeah, she's 12. She's doing little dances.
It's fucked, man. There's 1 million babies last year.
Bullshit.
Yeah, right? She's laughing. But, alright, I hope you have a good one.
You too.
Thank you. Abraham is both Islam and Christianity. Wow. You guys should try to search about Islam. I'll check out that guy for sure.
Pop a titty for the boys.
Pop a titty for the boys. Hey, can I ask you something, man?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, you got a Jesus cross on. Do you believe in God?
Ugh, my grandma and grandpa got it for me.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Nice. I appreciate that. Where are you from, man?
Canada.
That's cool. Fucking, what's the weather like right now?
I didn't fucking ask, or I don't fucking care.
The weather? What? I asked what the weather was like, and he said I didn't ask and I don't care. What? Maybe you heard me wrong. "35 religions with a virgin birth prophet." I'm telling you, disciplinary sage, look into Immanuel Velikovsky, A Worlds in Collision. And it breaks down even further past the religions and the correlation with the stories and looking into what they were actually talking about. And predictions are still being made. The most recent was that the rings on Saturn are actually made out of ice. That kid's Antifa? Well, it doesn't just mean Christianity is real. It means that there are demons that are real. Just because there's demons doesn't prove that Christianity is real. It proves that there are demons. And all religions point to a kind of evil and also work that way into an entity or a bad overall ruler over the bad entity. Just also interesting to look into, but most people on Omegle. I'm on TikTok tag right now, so it's mostly young kids, but it's good to get their experience and get them talking about it now and thinking about it before it should get more and more to the point where it's just a conspiracy theory, like.
Dry.
Yeah, dude. Hey, do you believe in God?
Yes.
Nice. I appreciate that. shit, I forgot. I gotta click the robot thing. Damn it. Yo, dude. Is that a bus? This just looks like a window or something. Damn it, dude. I'm back to the robot thing. It's telling me I'm a robot. I might be ending it here soon. It's getting late too. But let me see if I can get one or two more. Maybe not. We'll just chat it out. Mountains or hills? Let's see. A dog, really. Alright. Trading one Pokemon cards. I hate the captchas, especially the little ones with images side. Yeah. 2020 began my permanent holiday. What's your permanent holiday for 2020? Oh yeah, trading stocks, yeah. Now crypto. Get it, get it. Trading what? Pokemon cards. Hey, you can make some money. The one that I pulled is like $800 card if I get it graded and it's in good condition. But hey, distro, you can make really good money. In the last month, I'm up $4,000 with cryptocurrencies. No, I'm not telling you to invest your money there because I put my money there because I believed in it. But I'm telling you, you can make money based off of what I made in the time that I put it in when I did it. Now to say if it's all going to just crash and go to hell, that's the market and you're taking a risk on your own. It's not my decision where you put your money, it's yours. But saying that, yeah, I made some money. I'm saying it's a lucrative and you could do it every time. It's, yeah. When did you invest in? I've been flipping it a little bit here and there. Disciplinary Sage does it a lot better flipping it. I haven't heard a lot about HearMX flipping it, but I know he is doing well for himself as well. But there's daily trades on crypto. Some people even do it like through the hour based on where it's trading and how it's going. But people are learning how to read the crypto charts as well because it's a lot different. But up 600%. Yeah, I'm at 200% right now. At 200% did me pretty well. Not bad indeed. Yeah, that's what you talk about. I'm just holding that because if you look at all of the ETC chart, you can literally see that it has always trended upward. It hasn't dropped back from what it looks like. Yo, dude.
You stoned?
Yeah. Hey, do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Nice, dude.
Do you?
Yeah. Where are you from?
California.
Dude, California?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think about Trump?
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, he's good. He's alright. But what do you think about California?
It's hot, bro. It's expensive. It's expensive, bro.
It's like, fuck this place, right? Where are you gonna head to,
Yeah,
man?
bro.
Where are you going?
Shit, the moon.
You're gonna head down to Texas or
maybe actually it's pretty cheap over there.
head over to Colorado, maybe Colorado's kind of beat.
Colorado's good weed.
Colorado's turned into the same shit California is though. So.
Yeah, that's like I would go there.
I lived there for a couple years, and the 2 years that I lived there, the population increased by 60%. So.
Wow.
When you drive on the road, it's hard to find somebody who's actually from Colorado. Well,
dang, that much?
No, I'm sorry. Not when you're driving on the road. It's hard to find a different plate because everybody changed it. But when you're talking to people, it's hard to actually find somebody who's originally from Colorado. So I worked at a Applebee's. I worked at a car wash, and majority of the people came from out of state. It's really hard to find a native because they all moved out once everybody came in, selling off their property at a high rate because everybody's looking to buy.
Yeah, I feel you. So basically, like, are you saying like a lot of diversity is coming in and shit?
No, not diversity. It's more so
like not diversity, but just like
the population. This is once the weed went legal there, it's the first state, and everybody even flocked in. And not only is it the first state, but it's pretty open on its laws to where if you own your own property, you can grow 8 plants legally. Yeah. So, I mean, if you go out there and buy a property, you can grow on your own, and that's saying that you only have the one. People can sign their rights to you to where you can grow for them as well, based off of just citizen right. You could start up a whole farm farming for just people you know, but then take profit off it without doing anything.
That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart. Sounds like a plan.
But federally, it's still illegal, even though only 6 states look at that.
Alright, man. I'll catch you later.
Hey, if you want to check out my YouTube, man, it's right here.
Put it in the link.
Yeah.
EarthMonkey.
On YouTube, it's a profile with the Viking horns, not the cartoon monkey.
Alright, bad.
Yeah. I hope you have a good night, man.
Too.
Get out of California. Michigan, you can grow 12. Damn, I didn't know about that. Didn't Michigan just recently become legal? Like, just recently? In Arizona, I heard you could buy an ounce a day. So every day you can go back to the dispensary and buy an ounce. Alright, Blader Frisbee, I hope you have a good night, man. I'm probably gonna head to bed too here. Let me see. Yeah, it's 1:48. It's almost 2. Too late. Too much. Seems pretty much everybody tonight, one way or another, agreed. Super cool. Super awesome. Love it. Well, I hope you guys all really have a good night. Tomorrow's a new day. Make it the best possible. And hopefully it's better than today. If not, the day after will even it out, hopefully. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to do a little mini video midday again. Kind of just rant, but then do another little historical one. I'm liking learning about history. And then I don't know about an Omegle. We'll see. Depends on what all I gotta do tomorrow. But I hope you guys have a good night. Again, Crypto Pump incoming. Says disciplinary sage. Here, Max. You take well. You care as well.